Whoops. Okay. Oh no. I think hold on. Hold please. Oh man. Cancel. How do you do this? Hello. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna reset. Whoops. Hello. What is going on, Leah? How you doing? Good to see you, man. I hit go live on TikTok before I was even ready. Hello, first time catching a live. Let's go, Jess. Good to see you. All right. Edit this. Boom. Okay. All right. Hey, what's up? Katrina. Hello, Lisa. Oh man. Donuts would make it all better. I'm telling you what. What's up, Amber? Good morning. Okay, donuts would make it all better. I mean, I don't know. I don't know a single person that would disagree with that statement. Hello, Katie. Hello, DJ Nick. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, man. Do you have any commentaries to recommend? I do have commentaries to recommend. Here. This is a good one. Ariel's Bible commentary, the Messianic Jewish epistles, and he's got a whole bunch of other ones that you can go check out. This is just focusing on the Jewish ones, Hebrews, James, 1st and 2nd Peter, and Jude, which were directed towards the Jewish people. So that's a good one, but he also has other ones too, but you could just get lost in those commentaries. And he is the reason why I like him so much is because he is a Jew and he gives you things from a Jewish perspective that you might not be able to get from other people. So that's why I like him so much. What's up, Manners? Good to see you. Good to see you, Ryan. Good morning. What's up, Lisa, with the chocolate? Oh man, chocolate donuts. Okay. You know, chocolate donuts and some coffee. I'm down for it. What's up, Paige? Legit, change your name. What's up, Katie? Mom, good morning. Good morning to everybody. I actually pushed go live on TikTok when I wasn't even ready. So that's fun. That is fun. You still have 2 days left. That's okay. Yeah, absolutely, Jess. Hopefully it helps. Good to see you guys. What's up, Sushi? Hey, thank you so much for that heart, man. Thank you so much. I feel like it's been too long. How long has it been since we've gone live together? I mean, it feels like it's been like a week or something, or maybe even 2 weeks. I don't even know, but holidays, Christmas Eve, you have New Year's, and then my kids were home from school. So it was just chaos. 57 days. That's exactly right. It's been since last year. What is up? Hey, thank you, Anita. Thank you so much for those roses. Second cup in the house. It's been years. I know, right, Leah? Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much. Susan, thank you. Thank you guys for those gifts. Thank you so much. Oh, man. It is good to be back. seems like it's been too long, and it has been too long. And I'm just excited about this study today. I think you guys, I mean, if you guys have been here for the other studies and you're tracking a lot of the things that we've talked about, hey, thank you, Anita. Thank you so much. If you are tracking some of the things that we've talked about before, then today's study will be very thought provoking, and that's kind of the hope of the entire thing. And it's really cool to dive in and try to figure this whole thing out. But we'll get started here in a little bit. If you guys are new here, my name is Ryan, and thank you for being here. We're going to be going through the book of Revelation. We're going to be focusing on Revelation chapter 20. It's been over 2 weeks at least. DJ Nick, man, you need to hold me accountable. You can't be letting me do that kind of thing, man. It feels like it anyways, especially for me. I'm telling you what, it does. It seems way too long. And it's good to see you again, Leah. Hopefully everything is doing much better on your end. Yeah, so there is some pretty neat things that I was going to share with you guys before, I'll mention this a little bit as we go throughout the study. But I've been kind of MIA lately because I've been working on a website. So these shirts are now online, and that's why I've been kind of like pulled all over the place trying to figure this whole thing out. But they're online. So if you want to go check it out, if you want to go buy some merchandise, some sheesh merchandise, or even just go check out the website, I would appreciate some feedback. I spent some time on it. It was frustrating at times. It was just like one of those things where I've never done it before. So it was a lot of learning everything from brand new. Awesome shirt. Hey, thank you so much. Why would he? Can God reveal your spouse to you? I don't know. I don't think it's like I guess I would have to understand what you mean by revealing. Is it like a light shines down from the sky and be like, oh, good morning. What's up, Julie? Love the shirt. Thank you so much. Yes. So that's what I was getting at. This website is now live. If somebody wanted to pin it, one of the mods, Amber, maybe. It says, does that include your shirt made for your mom? Yeah, all of those. So go to www.threadsthatpreach.com. Go to threadsthatpreach.com. There's actually a link. I put it in my link tree. I just did that like 5 minutes ago, right before I started this live. There's a link there. So if you want to go check it out, you have options. There are actually going to be 4 different options. You get to choose the color, the size, and the phrase in the shirt version, the shirt variety, and in the crew neck variety. There's hoodies that are coming. There's not any photos that are posted yet because those got delayed for some reason, but I'm expecting to have them today. So I'll be constantly tinkering with the website, and it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's threadsthatpreach.com, and it's kind of neat. So I would, if you guys want to go check it out over there, spend a lot of time on it, thought, lots of thought into it and stuff, and it's kind of cool. And my wife and I, we had some fun time. Amber, if you could, threads, if you could, can you put .com? Maybe that might help. But yeah, it's kind of cool. So if you like these sweatshirts, they're all Bella canvas. Everything's Bella canvas, which is super comfy. And it's kind of it's quite an adventure to be on. But it wouldn't pin the actual website. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. You have to do a little space. See, Anita got it. Threadsthatpreach.com. Way to get around it. I like it. But yeah, that website is up. I'll be talking about that as we progress throughout our time today here in the study. So it's a cool thing. Betty, hello, good morning, Ryan. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. What's up, Sean? Happy New Year, man. It is crazy. We haven't been doing this since the New Year. Man, I didn't get to grab your guys' faces and lay one on you. That's okay. That's okay. I was in bed before the ball dropped anyways. I was just like, is it almost midnight? Just totally just passed out. Yes, thank you. That's it right here. This is at threadsthatpreach.com. So if you guys want to go check it out, critique it. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think about the website. Just pick it apart, because like I'm here for improvement, but it's kind of exciting to Military green. Yeah, the military green is the darker green. The heather green is actually a lot lighter than what I thought it was. So if you're looking for a green, definitely go military green. But all of those things are up there. And it is it's pretty cool. Almost sold out. What is that? What it says? Oh man, hopefully not. Maybe there's something that I got to do on my end, but I think it should be able to purchase things on there. I think it's just able to do it all the time. If it says it's almost sold out, then it should still allow you to purchase, which is how it was meant to be. Hey, what's up? Good morning, family. What's up? Good to see you. Hey, respiratory, thank you so much for that gift. Hello. Hello, a truth teller. What's going on? Pastor. Oh, it's beautiful Sam up on there. I know. I was like, man, I was like, nobody's gonna want to buy a shirt if I'm wearing it. Sammy, get over here. Hey, thank you, Brandy. Hello, Holly. Good to see you. Oh, it looked at it wrong. Okay, cool. Had me worried. But yeah, if you guys wanted to go check it out, it's threadsthatpreach.com. It's a website that I just am now officially launching. So it's up there. And if you guys like these shirts, there's 4 different sayings. One is we're one day closer to home. We're one day closer to home, which is where my mom's saying the saying that I say all the time here. Another one is we're not home yet. Another one is 70 times 7. And another one is he restores my soul. So those were the 4 that I went with right off the bat. There's going to be more coming later. But those are the 4 that I'm starting out with, and those can be put on a hoodie, a crew neck like this one, or a t-shirt. So whatever you would like to. What's up, Cheryl? Good to see you. Yes, threadsthatpreach.com. There it is, man. Go check it out. I'm pretty pumped. And also, if you guys wanted to, like I said before, critique it. Let me know. Pick it apart. And I'm here to, it's a new thing for me. So if there's something that you're like, this is strange, or hey, why are you doing this? Just be gentle. Okay, so it's there. There it is. Let's go ahead and get on into this study. It has been way too long. Actually, before we get into this study, there's a couple things that were kind of, interesting in case you guys didn't hear. First off, Justin Trudeau, he resigned. He's no longer, he's stepping down, which I think is very fascinating to see. There's so many things that are popping off. Another thing that I thought was very interesting is that it is now it's now come out officially. Not that like we are all surprised by this by any means, but love it. Very different. Very cool. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Froggy. Site looks nice and inviting. Awesome. That is super cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for that feedback. But another thing is that Apple, how we have Siri attached to our phone. It's been confirmed that she has been recording everything, all of our conversations, which is not a shocker. This is my shocked face. We already knew that. But it's just now something that is coming out in a public kind of sense, which I think is hilarious because, if you guys probably already knew that. Just more things with AI, which I think is fascinating. They're coming out with a petabyte computer, which is basically, it's got all like a tetrabyte, is like the biggest thing that you can pretty much have attached to your computer. But from my understanding, a petabyte is like 1,000 tetrabytes. So it's just crazy. Just the ramping up of technology, just going through the moon, which is crazy. You like the font? Very cool, man. Thank you, Sean. Good morning, Yogi. Hello. Love it. Very different. Awesome, Jessica. Got any don't pet that bite? Yeah, petabyte. Hello, Bridget. Good to see you. Did you hear about the earthquake in Tibet, Ryan? No, I did not, DJ Nick. But yeah, so that is just some things. Obviously, Israel is on the defensive and offensive as per usual. I don't want you guys to lose sight of that just because there's nothing major going on. There was a strike in Damascus earlier. I think it was yesterday. And, that's always fascinating, paying attention to what's going on over in Damascus. Like, I mean, big things happening left and right, left and right, left and right. It is just nonstop. So it's kind of exciting to be alive during this time. It's also kind of frightening at times because, it seems like, everything, like the sky is falling in a roundabout way. But it's not a time to be fearful. It's a time to be excited, which is why, I love the phrase, it's getting gloriously dark. And the reason why, I say it's getting gloriously dark is because we recognize that while we are here, it is for, like what Paul says, for me to live is Christ, but to die is gain. So while we are here, it should be for Christ. And so that is what I want you to focus on. Don't focus on the dark, like the darkness and the gloominess and all those things. I want you to be pumped up because we're one day closer to home. And that is amazing. That is amazing. And so, it's really fascinating trying to get into the mind of Paul, because when Paul was in prison, when he was literally in prison, you can almost hear the clanking every time he moved his hand or whatever to write or to sign his signature. You can almost hear the clanking of the chains coming off the wall because he was in prison. And when he wrote some amazing letters while he was in prison, and he was encouraging people. And so it's really fascinating. Your mindset is so extremely important to be able to just keep your eyes on the focus. And when you keep your eyes on the focus, then you'll do well. And that is what we need to strive to do. It's really fascinating in Acts chapter 15, when the council, basically the Jerusalem council took place, all the Jewish people got together and they're like, hey, what do we say to the Gentiles? How do we say, hey, go ahead and do this, do this, do this? Like, how do we tell the Gentiles how to operate? Because they were figuring out how to church at that time. And so basically they give them 4 or 5 different things to abide by. And the Jews gave them 4 or 5 things to abide by. But they end it by saying, if you do these things, you will do well. And that is what we need to strive to do. We're not going to be perfect. We're never going to be perfect until we're home. But it's just important to remember to just keep on being a light, keep on being an ambassador, and keep on being a good steward with what you've been given. And you've been given different things than I've been given, and I've been given different things than what you've been given. But we need to use whatever we have been given to glorify the Lord, whatever it is, whether you just are just constantly praying and lifting people up. Hey, thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Whatever it is, encouraging or just, like helping people out in any kind of capacity and being a light in whatever kind of way that you are able. It's not about how much you're doing and comparing it to somebody else, being like, I'm not doing as much as this person. No. It's about your heart. Which is, a great example of that is that widow going into the synagogue, and she just gave a little mite, and Jesus is like, she gave more than everybody else. And even though she didn't do it physically, it was her intent. It was her heart posture. And so when you see her heart posture before the Lord, Jesus gave her the biggest shout out ever. I mean, we don't even know her name. We just know that she's a widow, but she is immortalized in this book that we refer to as the Bible. And it's just fascinating seeing how that was a reward. I mean, that's really fascinating. Think about that. That is a reward for that one individual, whoever she may be. Good admonition. Hey, absolutely. Thank you, Lindsay. All right, so let's go ahead and sheesh. What's up, Chad? Good to see you, brother. How you doing, man? Hopefully, you're not too distracted at work. You can't see colors clearly. That's the only thing on the site. Yeah, the colors. That's one thing. So the site only allows a certain amount of photos to be uploaded. So I was like, would they rather have photos of us wearing these things or? Yeah, that was one thing that I actually thought about too. I'm still working on that. So thank you for that feedback. But all right. So now I'm eating lunch, brother. Very cool. 30 degrees in Texas. Holy smokes. You're like, well, where's my clothes? Like, do you even have any sweatshirts or anything like that? The Texans have sweatshirts? Probably just a sweatshirt. You guys probably don't have coats. Hey, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead and do this thing. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible, book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and it's so much fun. It is just so much fun. I am enjoying every single thing that I learn, and I also equally love telling you guys about it. I love it so much, and so thank you for being here. We're currently going through the book of Revelation. But I want you guys to recognize we've done Revelation before. It's something that we've done already. We've done Revelation. We did that about 1 year and 5 months ago. So we've been doing these Bible studies for about 1 year and 5 months. What site is it? Yeah, the site is threadsthatpreach.com. So if you type in threadsthatpreach.com, then you'll see the new website that I just put up. And if you would like to go support this ministry, all at the same time buying a sweatshirt or a shirt or something like that, then go for it. I'm going to be adding things to it here in the upcoming days, so I'll keep you guys posted on those things as well. But the study is we're diving into the book of Revelation. We've done this already before, but this time around we're doing a super deep dive into some topics, and it is going to be what we're focusing on today is specifically focusing on the occurrences during the millennial kingdom, and try to get us a better idea of what takes place during the millennial kingdom. But all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile if you wanted to go check it out. It's ITZ_sheesh. It's sheesh.com. And we're actually live streaming on YouTube and on TikTok at the same time, because they're threatening to get rid of TikTok. And so if you don't follow me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube just before they remove TikTok from us, which I really hope they do not do that. But that's only like 2 weeks away, which is crazy. So I hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, we can at least stay in touch on YouTube. But we've done all these studies. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. And now we're going through the book of Revelation all over again. And so it's so much fun. And so we're learning so much. I have learned as I've, continued on. I've changed my mind on how I viewed some other things in the past. I used to think this way on these things, but I kind of changed because I'm learning. And so that just happens. And so that's okay. But the one thing I want you guys to always remember is what the main thing is. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? There's only one way. First, you need to recognize the bad news. The bad news is that you are a sinner. And in Romans 3:23, Paul tells us that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's terrifying. That is terrifying, because what we learn from that is that the goal is God. We want to be with him, but we all fall short because we have all sinned. And so when you recognize the bad news, it continues on in Romans 6:23. Paul says, for the wages of sin is death. And so then you see that not only have you fallen short of God, but now you're under the death penalty. And that is terrifying. And so once you recognize that, then you get to the good news. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. I want you to understand it is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. That is how it is. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. Not comma, through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It is through Christ and Christ alone. You and I need to recognize that we are sinners, and then we need to recognize who Jesus is. We need to acknowledge that he is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Hey, thank you, Victoria. And so that is the main thing. I want you guys to recognize that I don't know everything. And it's okay if we disagree on these secondary issues. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is Christ and him crucified. That's why Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 2, he says, I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified, because without him dying on the cross, then we are to be pitied among all more than every person on earth. And so that is just, it's just the focus is on what he did on the cross, guys. And so that's what I want you to recognize. It's not Christ and getting water baptized. It is Christ and Christ alone. For by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Because if you could get to heaven by doing something, then it's on you and it's on your merit. But you can't get to heaven by doing a physical work. It is your faith. For by grace you have been saved through faith. And so we need to acknowledge that. Okay, so that's the main thing. And with that being said, I want you to also recognize that we're studying the book of Revelation, which is highly controversial. And so I would like to encourage you to test all things. Everything I say, don't just believe it just because some weird dude on TikTok told you. No, don't do that. We need to test all things. Paul tells us in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. Test all things and hold fast to that which is good. That's what we need to do. But not only that, he tells us in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, he gives us an example of people specifically the Bereans. He's like, hey, these Bereans were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica in that they received the word with all readiness, and then they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. So you need to hear it and then not accept it. You need to hear it and then test it. Hear it and then test it. Hear it, be like, okay, I received this. Be like, okay, this is mine. I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna dive into what you just told me. And so that's what we need to do. And so I hope you're doing that. And I know if you've been in these studies, you're probably doing it, because I probably have said some things that are off the wall where you're like, I don't think Ryan's right when he said that. And you know what? I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how wrong I've been. I keep saying that. And so we need to recognize the very real possibility of you and I are probably wrong on a lot of these secondary issues. And so when you recognize that you could be wrong on some of these secondary issues, then you're going to fall down on what we should be doing anyways, which is loving and loving and loving and loving and loving and sharing the gospel, because that is what we do know. And everything else, I mean, it's just so crazy. All right, so all right, so that's a little bit of a warm up to the recap. And here we go to the recap. Let's do it. Well, thank you guys for being here. My name is Ryan. We're about to start this recap. And just in case you are new, we're going to do a recap of Revelation chapter 1 through 19. And then we're going to be focusing the majority of our time on Revelation chapter 20. But in case you guys missed it, I let you guys know that I put a website out into the interwebs, which is called threadsthatpreach.com. So threadsthatpreach.com. So if you wanted to go check it out and see some of these shirts like here, and you could buy some of them. I'm still working on it. It's still a work in progress, but I figured it was up and ready enough. And, you know, there's things on there as I'm going to be adding to it and tinkering with it as time goes on. But what's up? Oh, I'm over here now. He just moved. But it's pretty cool thing, and I'm excited about it. And so today's the first day that I'm actually talking about it to you guys as far as like launching it. So we'll see how it goes. And if you wouldn't mind praying about that for me, I would appreciate it. You know, like I covet your prayers on those, on that website specifically, you know, and it was pretty, I was pretty anxious. And I'm just like, felt overwhelmed at times, but that's okay. We're fine now, right? We're fine. Yeah, we're okay. No, okay. Let's go ahead and dive into the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is really, really cool. It's an amazing book. And so when we dive into it, I want you to recognize that people see it differently than what I tell you. And so I'm going to propose to you my way of thinking, and it's how I think. And so I want you to understand that when I tell you something, there are people who will disagree with me, but I will disagree with them. And so you need to be a good steward in a sense, and you need to study to show yourself approved. And so that forces you to get on in there and get the Bible all over you, which is just good on all sides, right? Like there's nothing wrong with just getting all up in this book. And it's something that is lacking. There is a famine in the world right now, and the famine is not of food, it's of the word of God. There's people who are not receiving. There's people who don't know the word of God, and so they're starving. And so there's people who are just out there, they're like sheep that are about this thin, and they're barely walking, you know, like, and so there is this type of famine. And so I want to just encourage you to just get lit up about this, because it's super cool. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into the book of Revelation. So understanding who the author is something that is very important. The author of the book of Revelation is a guy named John. This guy is the guy who wrote the Gospel of John. I want you guys to, whenever you think of the Apostle John, I want you to remember his relationship with Jesus Christ. The relationship with Jesus Christ. It's unbelievable. It was unlike anybody else's relationship. It was really quite something. Even when Jesus was on the cross, he looks down and he says, "Son, behold your mother. Mother, behold your son." So Jesus had such a close relationship with John that he specifically gave custodianship to John. So John is entrusted with taking care of Mary after Jesus dies and then goes up to heaven. I think that's really something that says a lot. But John is a guy who wrote the book of Revelation. He is on the island of Patmos, and it is on the island of Patmos that he has this revelation. It is revelation, not revelations. It is singular. And so what does revelation mean? The word revelation is the word apocalypsis. It has the idea of unveiling. And so it's like if I'm behind a curtain and now you can't see me, but now you can. It's just like, hey, I've been revealed. It's like, woo. And so that's what this book is about. It is about the revelation. It is about the unveiling of Jesus Christ. And that is super cool. I mean, can you imagine John? Can you imagine being John and having this whole situation? It is crazy. So in Revelation chapter 1, John sees Jesus, and he sees Jesus in his glorified form. And the way he sees Jesus is he sees Jesus in his priestly role. He sees Jesus in his priestly role because Jesus has different roles. When he was here, when he was boots on the ground, he was a prophet. And then he ascended up into heaven. And when he ascended up into heaven, he entered his role as priest. When he comes back to the earth in Revelation chapter 19, he is going to be entering his role as king. And so I think that's so fascinating. And so it's really cool. But here in Revelation chapter 1, John sees Jesus in his priestly garments, and he is basically he falls down at his feet as if he was dead. There's so much in Revelation chapter 1, but Revelation chapter 1 verse 19 is a key verse. So in Revelation chapter 1 verse 19, Jesus tells John to write the things that you have seen, write the things that are, and then write the things that will take place after this. So Jesus gives John three things. He gives him three categories to break this book into: the things that you have seen, the things that are, and the things that will take place after this. That is how the book of Revelation is. You can compartmentalize the book of Revelation in those three categories. The first chapter focuses on the things that he has seen. And so Revelation chapter 1 is what John has seen, which is Jesus in his priestly role. Revelation chapter 2 and 3 transitions from the things that he has seen to the things that are. And so that encapsulates the church age. So the church was born in Acts chapter 2, and the church ends in Revelation chapter 3. So from Acts chapter 2 to Revelation chapter 3 is this time period, from God's point of view, this time period that you and I refer to as the church. This is the church age. And so it's really fascinating because there's going to come a day where the church is removed. And that is crazy. But in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, you have these, John is focusing on the things that are, and he is writing down 7 letters to 7 churches. Now, these 7 letters were written by Jesus, but John is the one who is actually penning it down. And so in Revelation chapter 2, you see the first letter is written to a church called Ephesus. Now, this church called Ephesus is really interesting because this was the apostolic church. And so every letter that you see here has something good said about it, and every letter has something bad said about it, except for 2 churches. There are 2 churches that have nothing bad said about them. The church in Smyrna has nothing bad said about them, and the Church of Philadelphia also has nothing bad said about them. I think that's really provocative. But here, this church in Ephesus has something bad said against it. Hey, thank you, daughter of a living God. Thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 2, this church was basically given a pat on the back because they held firm to the doctrine. And if you go back and if you read the book of Acts chapter 20, you'll see that Paul is in Ephesus and he basically warns them. He's like, hey guys, don't get lost in false doctrine, because Paul warned them. He's like, hey, right when I leave Ephesus, there's going to be people who are going to try to get into the church. And he's like, don't let them. He's like, they're false teachers. Hold firm to this doctrine. And so here in Revelation chapter 2, you see that church in Ephesus actually did what Paul told them to do. And so that's really kind of cool. Like, good job, guys, you did it. But then Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, but I have this against you. You have lost, you have forgotten, or you have left your first love. Now that is fascinating. Jesus says, hey, good job over here, 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 and here, but I have this against you. You have left your first love. Now, who was their first love? It was Jesus. He's like, so basically the idea here is that they were so worried about their duty for the king that they lost their devotion for the king. And so we need to make sure that we don't do that. We need to make sure that we're not so lost in the work that we lose our heart for the Lord. Because if you do all these things, hey, thank you, daughter. If you do all these things, then, that's cool and all. but you need to never lose sight of why you're doing it. And so that's what we need to be mindful of as well. Revelation chapter 2, verse 8, you're introduced to the church in Smyrna. This church in Smyrna, whenever you think of the word Smyrna, I want you to think of the word myrrh. Smyrr, myrrh, smyrr, myrrh, myrrh. Now, why do I want you to think of the word myrrh? The reason why is because of what myrrh is associated with in the Bible. In Matthew chapter 2, when the three gifts were given to Jesus by the Magi, or the wise men, they showed up and they gave Jesus gold, frankincense, and myrrh. So the gold spoke to Jesus being God and King. The frankincense spoke to his role as priest. And the myrrh was the Magi recognizing that Jesus was actually going to die. That's fascinating. That's crazy. I am blown away by how much these guys knew. I want you to really think about that. They traveled over 1,000 miles to find a little boy, 2 years old, and present him with 3 gifts. Or that's what we think, because there were 3 gifts that were mentioned. But this is what we're told about: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. You need to recognize the amount of faith that took to. Thank you, Chowder. You need to recognize the amount of faith that it took to travel 1,000 miles, dangerous territory, into enemy territory to find a child and present him with 3 gifts. But the myrrh was speaking to their acknowledgement that they recognized that Jesus was going to die. Fascinating. Anyways, here in Revelation chapter 2, this church in Smyrna was a persecuted church. When you think of myrrh, you picture a bowl here and you put myrrh in it and then you crush it down. This church was heavily crushed. It was heavily persecuted. This church has nothing bad said about it, which is really cool. The next church is the church in Pergamos. The church in Pergamos is really kind of cool too, because of the idea. It's not a good church, but it's the idea just when you see the picture that is being painted here. But the church in Pergamos, whenever you think of Pergamos, I want you to think of Pergamos. It's two words, essentially, Pergamos. Pergamos, or Pergamos, has the idea of mixed marriage. Mixed marriage is basically the idea of if you're a born again believer, I want you to imagine that you get married to somebody who is a lost person, somebody who doesn't know the Lord as their personal savior. And so that would be a mixed marriage. And so if a born again believer gets married to a lost person, then they are going to have their offspring, their children are going to be all kinds of confused, and it's going to be all kinds of turbulence and chaos and just all kinds of waves all over the place, because the kids are watching mom and dad and they don't agree on who Jesus is. And so then there's a lot of this going on, which is only going to send shockwaves throughout the children. Hey, thank you, Len. Thank you so much for that gift. And so it's really kind of cool to see that this church is, in contrast to the church in Ephesus. The church in Ephesus was given a pat on the back for not holding firm to, or not following the doctrine of the Nicolaitans. But the church in Pergamos, they did follow the doctrine of the Nicolaitans. And so they were going down a path that they should not have been going. Hey, thank you, Shelba. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like this one too. This is a good one. But in Revelation chapter 2, verse 18 goes on to the next church. And the next church is a church called Thyatira. Now this church, hey, thank you. Kind to you. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you for the roses. But when you go to this church in Thyatira, it's really fascinating, because this church is Thyatira has the idea of continual sacrifice. And so that's kind of like what you see in the Roman Catholic Church today. If you pay attention to how the Roman Catholic Church operates, it's in a continual sacrifice manner. They are constantly sacrificing. They believe in transubstantiation, which means every time they partake of communion, they believe that they are sacrificing him all over again. That bread and that wine literally turns into the flesh and to the blood of Jesus, and that's not true at all. They also still hold to priest confessing everything to priests, which is completely broken. What? Bridget. Thank you, Bridget. Wow. Thank you so much. That's super cool. Bridget just gifted Jason, Nick, Reese, Jennifer, and Kobe memberships. Awesome. Thank you, Bridget. That is very kind of you. Thank you very much. This church, Thyatira, is something that is, this church was promised to go through the Great Tribulation unless they repented. It's the only church that was promised to go through the Great Tribulation. And so what's really interesting is if you read Revelation chapter 17, you see the mother of harlots, which is speaking about the church, the false Christendom, the false church. And so this church, Thyatira, seems to have not repented because during the Great Tribulation, they are still around. And so it's crazy because here, Jesus is like, you better change your mind. You better repent. They didn't do it. And so there, when you read the book of Revelation, when you continue reading on, you see that this false church, this mother of harlots in Revelation chapter 17, it's still around, which means they end up not repenting, which is crazy. And so when you go on to Revelation chapter 3, the next church here is the church in Sardis. This church had a reputation that it was alive, but Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, you think you're alive, but you are dead. And that is terrifying to think because they have this false sense of security. And so I want you to recognize how dangerous it is to recognize this idea of false sense of security when it comes to salvation. There's a lot of people who think that they're fine because they go to church. There's a lot of people who think that they're okay because they went on a missions trip. There's a lot of people who think that they're saved because they sing worship songs when a worship song comes on in their car. There's a lot of people who think they're saved because they pray all the time. There's a lot of people who think they're saved because they're good people from their own opinion. And so it's really fascinating to think here about this church in Sardis because God's calling them out. He's like, you think you're alive. He's like, you guys don't even recognize how you are dead. There is not even a little bit of life. He says you are dead. And so if you recognize a plant, if you go out and you pick a stick, like a broken stick that fell off, it's just like, here's a stick. It's dead. That stick is dead. There's nothing there. It's like, nope, dead. But you look at the tree's still alive, right? You see that it's broken off. You see that this church thinks that they are alive, and that is terrifying. Which is why I would like to encourage you guys that to try to witness the people who go to church. I mean, it's amazing how many people are in church who do not know the gospel. And I told you guys about that one guy who I was able to lead to the Lord in the middle of the gym that one time because he was going to the church that I was going to a handful of times. I was like, hey, do you know how to know for sure you can get to heaven? He's like, no. And he's like, I've been going to this church for 9 or 10 years. And he's like, I never knew that. And so right there in the middle of the gym, I was able to lead him to the Lord, which was cool, but it's also terrifying because there's many people like that inside a building that we refer to as church. And so we need to be sensitive to, really, not overlook the people who are inside the building when it comes to salvation. Anyways, the next church in Revelation chapter 3 is Philadelphia. This is a Philadelphian church. This is another church that has nothing bad said against it. And I think that's super cool. But the title that Jesus chooses to use here has to do with keys and a door. So basically, this goes all the way back to the book of Isaiah, chapter 22, where you have Eliakim, who's basically the king or the key bearer, and he slung a key over his shoulder. And basically, if you wanted to go talk to the king, you needed to first go through Eliakim. So that whole picture was a picture of Jesus. Eliakim was a type of Jesus because in order to get to the king, in order to get to the Father, you need to go through Eliakim or you need to go through Jesus. That's the whole model that's set up there. And so here Jesus kind of pulls from that and he's like, hey, I got the keys and I'm opening up the door. And what's so cool about this church is that this church actually went through. This church went through. And so it's really kind of cool. But the church went through to the mission field. They were a missionary church. And it's really kind of cool to see what's going on there. But this church has nothing bad said against it. But this leads us into the Laodicean church. This Laodicean church is it's known as a lukewarm church. This church has nothing good said about it. And we need to recognize that because I believe that we are currently living in the Laodicean world. Now, there are 7 churches that are given to you here in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, but the 7th church is the last church. And that last church is the age that I currently believe that you and I are living in right now here in 2025. So when you look out into the world, into the church, now there's other churches that are still in existence. Obviously, there's an Ephesus church out there. There's a Smyrna church out there. There's a, Thyatira. There's all these other churches that still are in existence. But the dominant one, in my opinion, is Laodicea. And these people, they have no idea about anything. They are just, like a reed getting, like getting blown around with every form of doctrine. They have nothing. They have no idea about anything. So here he talks about them. We unpack this. There's a couple different ideas that people see here. So I would be interested to see what you guys actually see here, but that can be a conversation for another time. But what I want you to be very aware of is verse 20 in Revelation chapter 3, verse 20. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 20, it says, Jesus says this. Now, this is Jesus talking to the church. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 20, it says this: "Behold, I, Jesus, stand at the door and knock." And so here you have Jesus standing at the door. He's at the door and he's knocking, and he's like, guys, I'm outside the church. He's like, I'm supposed to be in there, but you guys are in a building. I'm out here. Can anybody hear me? And so that is what is basically Revelation chapter 2 and 3. So that leads us to Revelation chapter 4 and 5. In Revelation chapter 4 and 5, it switches again to the next thing in the outline. If you remember in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, there are three categories that John basically, or Jesus basically breaks the book of Revelation into. He says, write the things which you have seen, write the things which are, that's chapters 2 and 3, and then write the things which take place after this. That's where Revelation chapter 4 and 5 comes in. So now here in Revelation chapter 4 to the end is basically what is going to be encapsulated by the things that take place after this. What are the things that take place after this? The things that take place after this is referring to the church. After the church age, John's like, okay, I looked. And it's really interesting. Some people might see that differently, but this is where we need to test all things. The church is not mentioned here anymore, which I think is very provocative. It seems to be a very specific design here. But in Revelation chapter 4, you and I are introduced to these 24 elders. The 24 elders are fascinating. But in Revelation chapter 5, you learn more about the 24 elders because the question is, who are they? But in Revelation chapter 5, you got a lot of things happening in this chapter. But one of the things that you see is God the Father is sitting on the throne. He holds a scroll, and then John sees the Father sitting on the throne, and he sees that he's holding a scroll, and then John just starts sobbing uncontrollably. And he's weeping, and he's weeping, and he's crying, and he's crying. And then an elder walks up to John, and he was like, John, why are you crying? And then the reason why John was crying was because there was nobody worthy to go up and take that scroll from the Father's hand. And so somehow John recognized that scroll needed to be taken, but there was nobody. And then the elder comforted John and said, don't worry. He says, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has prevailed. And I think that's so cool because then John, you can just like see it. He's like a hot mess. He's just like, he's like, I'm an ugly crier. Don't look. It only makes it worse. Like he's just like going, and so he turns and he sees Jesus, and it's as a lamb as though it had been slain. Like that is basically Jesus. How deformed he became is how he is still to this day, because what you're seeing here in Revelation chapter 5 hasn't happened yet. It's something that's going to happen in the future. It is something that is going to happen in the future. So here, John is looking so far into the future, and he sees Jesus with scars all over him. He's unrecognizable, as Isaiah 52 basically describes. And as you see that, he sees Jesus going up, and he takes the scroll because he is worthy. And that scroll is representation of the title deed to the earth. It's absolutely wonderful to see what's going on because he is worthy. And he proves it by doing what he did here in Revelation chapter 5. I absolutely love Revelation 5 because of how many cool things are just tucked away in here. And you can just go all over the place just in Revelation chapter 5. But another thing that is super important to recognize about in Revelation 5 is who the 24 elders are. We need to recognize who the 24 elders are because the question is, who are they? What do we know about them? We don't see them anywhere else in the Bible. They just appear out of nowhere in Revelation chapter 5. Who are these people? What do we know about them? Well, what we know about them in Revelation chapter 4 is that they have white robes. They are clothed in white robes. We also see that they have thrones, and we also see that they have crowns. And hey, thank you, Monica. Good to see you. And so they have crowns, they have thrones, and they have white robes. Now, this clearly these are not angels. These are not angels. And so we are sitting on these 24 thrones. But what's really fascinating is to recognize who they identify themselves to be, because in Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, the 24 elders refer to themselves as kings and priests. Now, why this is important is to recognize who the kings and priests are. If you are a Jewish person and I said, hey, I'm a king and priest, you would laugh at me because you'd be like, there are no kings and priests at the same time. You cannot be a king and a priest at the same time. That's how a Jewish person would look at this. But here in the Bible, when you search the scriptures, and you dive into Genesis chapter 14, you are introduced to a guy named Melchizedek. He is the king of Salem, and he was a priest of God Most High. So in Genesis 14, when you are introduced to Melchizedek, who came out of nowhere, he's identified as a king and a priest. He is a king and a priest at the same time, which was unheard of. Because you could be a king if you were from the tribe of Judah. You could be a priest if you were from the tribe of Levi, but you could never be the two at the same time. But here, these 24 elders identify themselves to be kings and priests at the same time, which is really kind of wild. But the first king and priest that you are introduced to is Melchizedek. He's in Genesis chapter 14. He's also in the book of Psalms. He's also in the book of Hebrews, which is kind of cool. You see him kind of sprinkled throughout the Bible. The other king and priest that we know of, the other body that is a king and priest, is Jesus Christ. He was a prophet, he's a priest, and when he comes back, he's king. He has king and priest. He is both at the same time, right? The third body that is king and priest is you and I, the church. Because in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, Peter is writing to the Jews who were basically dispersed or scattered from Jerusalem, because the Jewish people living in Jerusalem who believed that Jesus was the Messiah, they were getting persecuted. And so they start getting persecuted so much that they just start leaving Jerusalem and they're scattered. And so Peter writes to them, which is basically, when Jesus was talking to Peter on the shoreline, and he's like, hey, Peter, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Feed my sheep, right? He says that time and time again. But Peter, writing to the scattered Christian Jews, was Peter fulfilling that mandate that Jesus gave him on the shoreline. And so when he wrote the book of 1 Peter and 2 Peter, or those epistles, he's writing to the church. Now they're Jews, but they're a part of the church. And so we need to recognize that when he says in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, hey, thank you, Keta. When he says in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, he says, you are a royal priesthood. It's just like amazing. You're just like, holy smokes. Peter just referred to common folk like you and I, the Jews, but the church. He's like, you are a royal priesthood. Now that's coming from a Jew. Peter was a Jew, and he's referring to everybody else that's a part of the church. He's saying you guys are kings and priests. And so from their point, can you imagine getting a letter, be like, all right, guys, listen up. I got a letter from Peter. You're a royal priesthood. What? Like, you can just like start hearing like all kinds of like, what do you mean? Like royal priesthood, like all kinds of like questions, right? And so you see this, but Peter writes and says, hey guys, you are a royal priesthood. Hey, thank you, Angel. Thank you so much. And it's really cool to see what's going on there. But here, when you get to Revelation chapter 5 and you see these 24 elders here, they just arrive out of nowhere. You see that there are 24 elders who identify themselves to be kings and priests. You're like, well, who are they? I would propose to you, thank you, Kenneth. I would propose to you that this is the church. This is you and I. And so when John, here in Revelation chapter 5, when John is looking so far out into the future, he sees the church. And it's represented by the 24 elders. And it's just like, holy smokes. And so if that's true, that is massive because of what it implies. Because I hold to the belief, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you disagree with me, that's okay. It's a secondary issue. I don't want it to cause any kind of division. Like I made a couple videos on pre-trib, rapture being pre-trib, and I got all kinds of hate from all kinds of Christians. I was like, I can feel the love. And so anyways, I don't want it to be a division between you and I if you believe in a mid-trib or post-trib. I just want you to recognize here, these 24 elders seem to be representing the church. And why that is important is because the seals have not yet been broken when the 24 elders are in heaven. The 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken. That is massive when it comes to your order of operations or your order of events in your mind, because we all have like a timeline in our mind, right? We're all trying to like figure out how this whole thing's going to work out, and we're all doing the best that we can do. You're pre-trib, OMG, blocked. But when you get to Revelation chapter 5, that's what you see, the 24 elders. And so that leads you to Revelation chapter 6. And so in Revelation chapter 6, this is where the seals are unsealed. And so it's really interesting because in order to understand Revelation 6, you need to understand Daniel 9. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, you are given the most awesome prophecy ever. It is like the coolest one. It just breaks everything down in nanoseconds, not literally, but it seems to. It's a very, very specific, exactly this, and this kind of prophecy. But in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, you are given 490 years prophecy. And so Gabriel is like, hey, Daniel, there's going to be 490 years that is going to be a part of this prophecy I'm giving you. And so basically what we have to where we are living today here in 2025, 483 of those years have been fulfilled. Because when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, that basically stopped the clock on that prophetic timeline. So now we are missing a little period of time that is 7 years. We are waiting for this 7 years to be fulfilled. There's 490 years, but only 483 years of it have been fulfilled, which means we're waiting for the remaining gap to be fulfilled, that 7 years. And that 7 years is referred to as Daniel's 70th week. And you can read about that in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. But this Daniel's 70th week, which is a 7-year time period, is just basically what you and I refer to as the tribulation. 3.5 years of tribulation and 3.5 years of great tribulation. That's 7 years right there. That is the time period that is yet future, that has yet to be fulfilled. The other 483 years have already been fulfilled. We're just waiting on the remaining 7 years. So when you read Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, and you read about this time period where the Antichrist is going to confirm a covenant with many for a period of 1 week or a 7-year period, that's what begins the 7-year tribulation. And so when he begins that 7-year tribulation, that's what happens on earth. So you can imagine a dude just like kind of confirming something or signing something perhaps, but that's what it looks like down on earth. But from the heavenly point of view, you read Revelation chapter 6. Revelation chapter 6, what's going on up in heaven is Jesus is opening up the first seal. And so it's really kind of interesting because while the Antichrist on earth is signing or confirming this covenant, what's happening up in heaven at the same time is Jesus is breaking the seals. So there's two things that are happening simultaneously that begin the thing that you and I referred to as the 7-year tribulation. So in Revelation chapter 6, you are introduced to these 7 seals. These 7 seals are, the book of Revelation, there are 7s all over the place. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. A nice jumper. What? Good to see you. Honesty. Thank you. Yeah, this is pretty cool. If you guys, this is you can go buy this. Actually, I just launched a website. If you guys are looking for this, you can buy this in this color or different phrases. There's a website I just launched. It's threadsthatpreach.com. If you want to go check it out, and you can that is an option for you. But it's threadsthatpreach.com. And let me know what you think about it. Even if you just sent me a DM here on TikTok, I would like to know what your thoughts were. Something that I can improve upon and whatever. I would appreciate it just because I'm trying to do the best that I can there. And pray about that if you would for me. But yeah, it's threadsthatpreach.com. If somebody wanted to pin that, then that would be super cool. Love that name. I love that name too, right, Connie? I was pumped. I was like, man, this I was like, and I don't know if you noticed, but the T's in the threads that preach, there are 3 T's. I turned those into like little crosses, and I was like, man, how perfect is that? You have like that whole picture of 3 crosses in the title. So I tried to make those T's a little bit unique to the rest of the font there. Anyways, Revelation chapter 6. In Revelation chapter 6, you have these the seals being opened, and the seals being opened is basically beginning the tribulation at the same time when the Antichrist is signing or confirming the covenant. Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, you have this white horse rider. I love that too. Right, Jill? I know. I was pumped about that. I was like, I was pretty excited about that. But you have this white horse rider. Hello, Barb. Good to see you. Yeah, I love it. Can't wait to see it. Let me know what you think, Monica. You have this white horse rider, which is representing the Antichrist. This dude has a bow. He has no arrows, but it's really interesting. He's going to go out conquering and to conquer. This dude on this white horse is not the Antichrist. This is the I'm sorry, this is not Jesus Christ. This is the Antichrist. This is a counterfeit. This is an imposter. This is just somebody who's going to be deceiving a whole bunch of people. But in Revelation chapter 7, moving on to Revelation chapter 7, you see the 144,000. The 144,000 are things, are 144,000 Jews who are going to receive the seal of God on their foreheads. These 144,000 are going to be Jewish men, and they are going to be Jewish men that are virgins. That's very interesting to think about. Why are they Jewish men and why are they virgins? Why are we told these details? How come we're not told other details? These are the kinds of questions that should be bouncing around in your brain all the time. You'll be like, why? Why are we told this? And how come we're not told this? Why are we specifically told these things? And so when you start asking those questions, you start searching. Thank you, lovely Laura. Thank you so much. And when you start searching, you're like, oh. And so you start finding things. You get lit up because you're like, I never knew this. Can I tell you what I learned? And like, you just want to go up and tell people. But anyways, here in Revelation 7, you have these 144,000 that you're introduced to. They are 144,000, take 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes, and they are going to be basically untouchable during the 7-year period of tribulation that's going to happen on the earth. They're going to be running around telling people about Jesus like it's just like a tidal wave of just like missionaries just going all over the place telling people about Jesus. Really kind of cool. Moving on to Revelation chapter 8, you have these in Revelation chapter 8, you're introduced to the trumpet judgments. So there's 7 seals, there's 7 trumpets, and there's 7 bowl judgments. Here in Revelation chapter 8 are the beginning of the 7 trumpet judgment. The trumpet judgments are a judgment of the thirds. Now, what's really important to understand about this chapter is how it ends. Because in Revelation chapter 8, after all of these terrible things happen, it's a third of the water turns into blood, a third of the ships are destroyed, a third of the trees are burned up. All of these things are happening on the earth during these trumpet judgment. But in Revelation 8, verse 13, you learn that those terrible judgments that just took place was nothing. That was child's play. Because in Revelation chapter 8, verse 13, this angel shows up and is like, woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth for the remaining 3 trumpets that are about to sound. And so this angel gives you this very clear picture that all the things that have happened to the earth up until this point, it pales in comparison to what is about to happen. Because he says, woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth because of the remaining 3 blasts that are about to sound. Hey, thank you, Spaz Attack. Thank you for that. And so that leads you right into Revelation chapter 9. So in Revelation chapter 9, you are introduced to this angel that is given a key to the bottomless pit. He opens it, and out of it comes all of these things that are like locusts. Now, these things are not literal locusts. These things are demons. These demons are released onto the world, and they are given power to torment mankind for 5 months. Think about that. So during this 7-year period, there is going to be a period in there of 5 months where the people on earth are literally going to be tormented by these demons for 5 months exactly. This is a very specific amount of time. But what's terrifying about this is that this is not the worst part, but this was one of the things that the angel who was flying up in heaven saying, whoa, 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 was warning the earth about. And so here, this was one of the things. He's like, that's bad, but you haven't even seen anything yet, because the next thing is the next trumpet. The next trumpet blast is all about this next demonic invasion, which is going to be in Revelation chapter 9, verse 13 to the end of the chapter. Because in Revelation chapter 9, verse 13 and 14, you see that these 4 angels who were bound at the great river Euphrates were released, and they are in charge of a 200 million man army. I believe that this 200 million man army is not literal human beings, just because of how it naturally flows. This whole thing just flows. This chapter 9 just flows into one another. And so it seems that there are two demonic invasions in Revelation chapter 9. The first one, they have power to torment, but they don't have power to end people's lives. The second demonic invasion, which is in Revelation chapter 9 verse 14 to the end, they do have power to end mankind, and they're going to actually do that. They're going to end 1/3 of mankind. And so that is why the angel was crying out and saying, "Whoa," because he knows what was happening. And so it's crazy to see what's going on here, but that's what's taking place in Revelation chapter 9 verse all the way up in Revelation chapter 9. You see two demonic invasions. One invasion, they're allowed to torment mankind. The other invasion, they're ending 1/3 of mankind's life. Crazy. Anyways, Revelation chapter 10, moving on. Revelation chapter 10, you have this angel. Some people are like, who is this angel? I don't know who this angel is. It could be Jesus, but it also could be a mighty angel. There are two arguments to basically both sides of that discussion, but they both have really good things to say. Like I could see that this being Jesus, but I also could see it being just another mighty angel, just because of the words that John chose to use here. So it's a secondary issue at the end. It's not a big deal. But in Revelation chapter 11, this chapter is massive for you and I to understand. Revelation chapter 11 is huge. When you're trying to, if you're trying to really nail down your order of operations when it comes to the end times, the study of end times, eschatology, you need to understand Revelation chapter 11, because Revelation chapter 11 is just the biggest lighthouse. It reveals so much light. I can't tell you how much light it reveals in this chapter. It lets you know all the things that you are looking for. It connects so many dots throughout the rest of the scriptures. It's ridiculous. When I discovered this, I was just like, man, this is so helpful. Because what you're told about here in Revelation chapter 11, in the first 2 or 3 verses, you are told that there are going to be 2 witnesses who are going to be in front of the temple for 3.5 years. So you're given a lot of information there, right? Okay, the first thing is that you are told that there's going to be a third temple. There is going to be another temple. And so we recognize that there was 2 temples in the past. There was the one that Solomon built that was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And then there was the one that Zerubbabel built that was destroyed by the Roman Empire. Those 2 temples are no longer. But there is a third temple right around the corner, which is going to be built sometime in the future. And I think, we could see it be built here in like a couple months, guys. Like I'm telling you, like it's crazy. Like all the things, all the lines that are converging right now, it is crazy cool. You got the red heifers, you got they have all the things to build the temple right now. They just need the green light. Just somebody give me the thumbs up and I'm going to start working on this temple. And it's only going to take them like a month or 2 to build it. It's not going to take a long time, because they have everything already. They're already training all these people. Hey, thank you, Anita, for the subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate that on TikTok. Thank you so much. But in Revelation chapter 11, these 2 witnesses are going to be standing in front of this third temple. And this third temple could be built at any time, like what we just got done talking about. But this third temple also has implications in Daniel 9:27. Because in Daniel 9:27 it says, when you see the in Daniel 9:27 it says, when he confirms a covenant with many for 1 week, and then in the middle of the week he causes the sacrifices and oblations to cease. So basically, when it says he causes the sacrifices and oblations to cease, he's basically saying that there's a temple, because the Jewish people will not have sacrifices currently in motion unless there is a temple. That's why they're not doing it right now. You don't see Jewish people over there just doing a whole bunch of rituals. You don't see them doing that. And so when this Antichrist emerges and he confirms this covenant, it implies that there is a third temple because of the sacrifices, because in the middle of that 7-year period, he's going to cause all of that sacrificing to cease. And so that's something that we need to pay attention to. What's up, Michael? Good to see you. So in Revelation chapter 11, these 2 witnesses are in front of the temple for 3.5 years being a witness. And it's really interesting. Who are these two witnesses? What are their names? Well, we don't need to know who their names are. Everybody has their idea. Some people say Moses and Elijah. Some people think it's Elijah and Enoch because Enoch never died. And they say, well, it's appointed unto man once to die. But you need to understand there's an exception to that rule. Obviously, Jairus' daughter died multiple times. Lazarus died multiple times. The church is never going to die. There's going to be people who are raptured out of here. And so that doesn't really seem to make sense on the Enoch front. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, it's okay. We don't need to know who these two witnesses are. Joshua and Zerubbabel, obviously it's a play on what's going on in the book of Zechariah, but it's really fascinating trying to unpack and try to like discover and investigate, because that's what makes the Bible fun. And it's kind of like, oh, I have a clue. I need to go study. How do I find these things out? And when you start, you're like, oh, could be. You're learning as you're doing those things. And so it's just important not to get super dogmatic on these secondary issues, because at the end of the day, it's not about who the two witnesses are. It's about who Jesus is. And can I tell you about him? Can I tell you about how cool he is? John 3:16. Yeah, we all know it. For God to love the world. No, for God to love the world. Like, oh my goodness. Can you believe it? That is unbelievable. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That is fascinating, guys. He gave his only son. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine your house being surrounded by 1,000 angry people outside your house, and the only way to appease the crowd is if you give up your child? You'd be like, nope. You're over my dead body. Like, that's how we would all be, right? Because we want to protect our children. But in a demonstration of love, he gave us his son because he recognized that was the only bridge to us getting to him. And so it's just fascinating to see. So John 3:16, don't just ramble it off like it's just a verse. No, it is everything. Moving on to Revelation chapter 11, you have these two witnesses who are in front of the temple, and they are able to do all kinds of signs, miracles. They're doing all kinds of things. They're turning the water into blood. They're doing all kinds of plagues whenever they want to do it. And they have fire coming out of their mouths. Remarkable time to be alive during this time period. But what I want you to recognize is that they are doing this for 3.5 years, 3.5 years. They are doing this. It's 1,260 days, but it's 3.5 years. And that is important, because the question is, where does the 3.5 years of these two witnesses go? Because you have 7 years. You just need to determine, do the 3.5 years go at the beginning, or does it go at the end? Does it go at the beginning, or does it go at the end? Which one is it? And so it's really fun when you start to put all of these pieces together. So what you find is that the 3.5 years where the two witnesses are there, it says after their witness or testimony has ended, it's at that end of the 3.5 years when the beast, the Antichrist, emerges. He makes war against them. They die for 3.5 days. And then that is when the Antichrist goes into the temple. And that is when he builds this abomination of desolation. There is an order to operations here. And it's very clear. There is a right answer to all of the things that you and I talk about. We just need to figure out which one is the right one. And it's really kind of cool. So what you need to recognize is that this ties in very closely to Matthew chapter 24, because in Matthew chapter 24, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Hey, thank you, Jackie. And so it's really cool to see what's going on here. So in order for the Antichrist to go into the temple, he needs to first end the two lives of the witnesses. He needs to end the two witnesses, because he can't go in there, because they're untouchable for 3.5 years. Why? Because God said, he's like, their testimony is going to be for 3.5 years, and anybody who tries to hurt them, they're going to get whooped on. And so it's at the end of their testimony when they're finally, their force field kind of comes down, and then the beast overcomes them. And so their bodies are laying in the streets for 3.5 years. The Antichrist kind of walks over their bodies into the temple. That's when the abomination of desolation enters the game. And that is important to understand. There is an order of operations. Why that's important? Hey, thank you, Lee. When you go in Revelation 13, you see that the beast was given authority for 42 months. So that's just another way of saying 3.5 years. So you have two pieces to the puzzle. You have the 3.5 years of the two witnesses, and you have the 3.5 years for the authority of the beast. Those are 3.5 years, 3.5 years. You put them together, that's 7 years. So the question is, do they overlap? Do they go perfectly in hand, or they go run into one another? Are they concurrent? And so that is the answer, in my opinion. That is what I'm proposing to you. I believe that the two witnesses will be here for the first 3.5 years. Then they will die. And then they will die by the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to defeat them. He's going to go in. And that is when the Antichrist assumes his 3.5 years of power. And so what is fascinating about this entire thing is because of how the natural implications that arise with this kind of idea. And so if you agree with the things that I'm saying here, it's really interesting when you read verse 14. Revelation 11 verse 14, it says the second woe is past. So what you just read, all the way, that's a part of the trumpet judgments. The two witnesses are a part of the trumpet judgments. And so when you look at what's going on, like if you rewind all the way, if you look at the seals and the trumpets are all a part of the first 3.5 years. Why? Because the trumpet judgments end with the two witnesses dying. And so that is so crazy to think about. The two witnesses seem to be a part of the first 3.5 years. And so if you think about that for a second, if you believe in a mid-tribulation rapture, then basically what that means is that you believe that we are going to see these two witnesses. We're going to see fire coming out of their mouth. We're going to see them turning water into blood. We're going to see plagues like crazy. And that's what you believe we're going to see. And that's okay. If you believe that, that's okay. I'm not here to change your mind. I am here to tell you how I think, and you can test it and hold fast to that which is good. Anyways, really kind of cool diving into that. That's Revelation chapter 11. Moving on to Revelation chapter 12, which is such a good chapter. Revelation 12 is so good, but this chapter, Revelation 12, is all about the story of Israel. It's about the history of Israel. Because in Revelation 12, you're introduced to three players that are on the board. You're introduced to the woman, you're introduced to the child, and you're introduced to the dragon. The woman is a picture of Israel. Some people see that the woman represents somebody else, but it doesn't fit with the context here. The biggest thing that makes the most sense here is that the woman represents Israel, and it seems to be very clearly depicted because in verse 1 it says with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. The garland of 12 stars goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 37, which is basically where you see the Joseph's dream, where all of the sheaves bow down to Joseph. And so you see the picture there. You see, Jacob is Israel, but Jacob and Rachel are the sun and the moon, and the 12 stars are a picture of the 12 children. But it's really, anyways, you have the woman, you have the child, and you have the dragon. The woman represents Israel, the child represents Jesus, and the dragon represents Satan. And so what's interesting about this is that this is a flyby of the history of Israel. If you look at Israel's history, Revelation chapter 12 is 1,000-mile-an-hour flyby of their history. It is like, imagine flying over something 1,000 miles an hour. You're just taking screenshots, and you only get a couple of shots before the history is over. So here in Revelation chapter 12, you have Israel being born. You have the child being born. You have the child ascending into heaven in Revelation chapter 12, verse 5. And then in Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, you see sometime after this child ascends into heaven, you see the woman, Israel, fleeing into the wilderness for 3.5 years. This has not taken place yet, but sometime in the future, Israel is going to flee into the wilderness for 3.5 years. Hey, thank you, Nene. Watch me whip. But when you go to Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, you have this whole heavenly scene. And in this heavenly scene, you have Michael and his angels combating Satan and his angels. That was special. I'm so sorry. But this is a war. This is a heavenly war. And I want you to, it's really interesting because when these people are fighting, when these angels and demons are fighting, I don't want you to get the idea that somebody runs somebody through with a sword and then that angel just disappears and is gone forever. No, they're not gone. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's just literally just a whole bunch, I don't know how it works, but these are eternal beings wrestling. And so when you imagine this warfare, how does an eternal being hurt or stun or phase or do something to another eternal being. And so somehow these eternal things are fighting, and then Michael takes Lucifer and he casts him out of heaven. And so there's this whole it's just unbelievable trying to like rationalize this in our little puny 3-pound brain. Like, you can't do it. But in Revelation chapter 12, the thing I want you to recognize here, which is really important, is to see what takes place after Lucifer gets kicked out of heaven. Because after Satan or the devil gets kicked out of heaven, it says in verse 14, it says, but the woman was given, it says in verse 13, in Revelation 12, verse 13, it says, now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. Now, when you see this, hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing the membership. That's very kind. But in Revelation chapter 12, verse 13, I need you guys to recognize that I want you to pay attention to who his target is. Sometime in the future, when Lucifer gets kicked out of heaven, when Satan gets thrown out of heaven, he's going to come down to the earth, and he is going to have a target. Who is his target? His target is Israel. So you need to ask the question, why, out of all the people in the world, why is he going to target the Jews? You need to understand that he is coming down and he persecuted the woman. It says very clearly, he persecuted the woman. So his focus is on the woman. And so you need to recognize the reason why it's on the woman, because there are things that need to take place in order for the Lord to return. So there's two things that are up ahead. There is the rapture and there is the second coming. The rapture and the second coming are different things. They are not the same. They are different things. They take place at different times. One, for example, we are gathered together with him in the air. The second coming, we come back with him to the earth. One is in the air, one is on the earth. That's just one. You can make a whole chart of like differences between the rapture and the second coming. But in order for the second coming, there's nothing that needs to be fulfilled right now in order for the rapture to occur. There's nothing. It could literally happen right now. Maybe they arm wrestle. Who knows? It's rock, paper, scissors. No, but there's nothing that needs to take place in order for the rapture to occur. It could happen at any moment. But in order for the second coming to occur, there are things that do take place. There's things that need to take place. And that is why Lucifer is going after Israel, because he recognizes that the Jews need to do some things in order for the second coming to happen. And one of those things that they need to do is they need to acknowledge their offense. And so Satan is going to do everything that he can to eliminate all the Jewish people in the world so that there is no more Jews. And if there are no more Jews, then they can't acknowledge their offense. Because in Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, God says, I am going to return to my place, which is heaven. He's like, I'm going back to heaven until they, the Jews, acknowledge their offense. The Jews need to acknowledge their offense because right now they don't do it. Right now, the majority of Jews still do not recognize Jesus as their Messiah. And so they need to acknowledge their offense. And so when you recognize, well, what was their offense? What was the Jewish people's offense? The Jewish people's offense was not crucifying Jesus. No, it happened way before that. Them acknowledging their offense is them, acknowledging their offense was the rejection of the kingdom. Because in Matthew chapter 12, Matthew chapter 8 all the way up to Matthew chapter 12, Jesus is boots on the ground. He gets all of his disciples. He has all of his disciples. He's like, hey, you guys go all over the place and tell everybody and say, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And so all of his 12 disciples went all throughout the land and were telling all of the people, all of the Jews, saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And so Jesus was literally offering the kingdom to the Jewish people. And so then after that message was being spread throughout the land, all of these signs and miracles were also taking place. Not just Jesus, but Jesus's disciples also had the power over those certain things as well. And so it's really kind of cool to see what's going on there. But that brings you into Matthew chapter 12, because in Matthew chapter 12, after the word has spread, after the kingdom has been introduced into the picture, after Jesus proved who he was by doing all of these signs and miracles, in Matthew chapter 12, he heals this demon-possessed mute man, and all the Jewish people around were like, could this be the son of David? And so they were all like looking at Jesus and they're like, this could this be the son of David? And then this is when the Pharisees entered in, and the Pharisees were like, no, that's not the son of David, because they hated Jesus because he didn't join their club. They were mad with Jesus because they were like, hey, Jesus is going to join us. And then Jesus is like, no. What are you talking about? You join me. And so there was this power struggle, and the Pharisees didn't like Jesus. And so there was a lot of envy there on the Pharisees' part. And Jesus basically rejected their Pharisaical teaching. And so there was all kinds of animosity that was surfacing, which leads you to Matthew chapter 12, because in Matthew chapter 12, the Pharisees basically called Jesus demonic. And so it was at that point where this unpardonable sin comes into play, because up until that point, Jesus was like this: here's the kingdom, guys. Here is the kingdom. And so after Matthew chapter 12, Jesus retracts. After they called him demonic, Jesus retracts his offer of the kingdom. And he's like, okay, this is no longer an offer. He's like, I'm going to put this away for now. And so he takes it off the table. He's like, this was the unpardonable sin, which leads you into Luke chapter 19, because in Luke chapter 19, Jesus rides into town on a donkey, and you have all of the people saying, Hosanna, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. And so all the people are excited, right? Like they're all happy, and they're like, woo, I got a sign. I got like one of those big hands, like where you go to like a baseball game and it's just like this super woo. But in Luke chapter 19, Jesus starts crying. And so you need to ask yourself the question, why are they crying? Why is Jesus crying while everybody else is cheering and rejoicing? The reason is because they had already rejected him. They rejected him. And so Jesus doesn't join in their celebrating. He's like, you think I'm here to usher in the kingdom? You are mistaken. He's like, you rejected me. And so he cries, he weeps over Jerusalem, and then he prophesies over Jerusalem. He doesn't prophesy good things. He prophesies judgment. He says, days will come upon you. And it basically goes and describes how there won't be one stone left upon another. He basically rolls into motion the unpardonable sin, which was the rejection. The unpardonable sin punishment was the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Because if they received Jesus as king when he was offering it to them, everything would have been set up. But Jesus knew that they weren't going to receive him. And so this unpardonable thing was all about them rejecting him, which basically motioned into this spiral of domino effect of events that were going to take place. And that was part of that was the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. That was unpardonable. It could not be stopped. And it was all because they rejected him, because they missed the time of their visitation, is what Jesus says in Luke chapter 19. He says, all of this is going to happen because you missed the time of your visitation. And so we need to really recognize how serious God holds to the word. Like he expected his people to recognize him, because he gave them scriptures, and then he fulfilled them in front of their eyes, and they weren't having any of it. He's like, I told you how I would be born, where I would be born, the things that I would do. I did all of those things, and you still can't see me. And so that was the unpardonable sin. That leads us into Revelation chapter 12, back to Revelation chapter 12. That is why Lucifer wants to go after Israel so much. That's why I want you guys, I'm waxing long on this topic, because I need you to understand how serious this whole thing with Israel is right now. Israel is in the crosshairs of many different people right now. And if you look at the United Nations, it's like Israel versus the world in many different arenas, which is crazy. But also at the same time, it's not, because we understand that there is going to be anti-Semitism that is worldwide during the tribulation period. And the reason why is because of basically how, the Antichrist is going to use all kinds of tools, all the tools at his disposal to hunt down the Jewish people during the tribulation. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, you're introduced to this beast that comes out of the sea. This beast is depicted as having 10 horns. He's got 7 head, 10 horn, 10 crowns. This goes back to Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, Daniel sees 4 beasts that come out of the sea. The sea seems to be an idiom for Gentile nations, because, the time of the Gentiles, right? We always talk about the times of the Gentiles. Well, the times of the Gentiles began with Nebuchadnezzar. And the times of the Gentiles is going to end with the Antichrist. There is a period of the times of the Gentiles. You could read about the times of the Gentiles. Jesus is the one who coins that phrase, and that's in Luke chapter 21. He says, when the times of the Gentiles has been fulfilled, and they will fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So that's just fascinating. Times of the Gentiles. So the sea seems to be a picture of Gentile. It's a picture of the Gentile world. And the first beast that emerges out of this Gentile world is Babylon. That's the first thing that you see in Daniel chapter 7. This beast, it's like a lion, emerges out. It's like a lion, as Daniel describes it, and it's describing the Babylonian Empire. The second beast that emerges out of the sea is another Gentile, another Gentile nation, which is the Medo-Persian Empire. And then after the Medo-Persian Empire falls, it falls to Alexander the Great, or the Greeks. And so that is another Gentile empire. But then the fourth empire is all about the Roman Empire. And so that's the one that Daniel keys in on. And he's like, I want to know more about this empire. What's this empire about? This one is so much different than all the other ones. But basically, you see these 10 horns. You see these 7 heads and 10 horns and 10 crowns. The 7 horns are all of the empires in view. And all of the empires in a chronological order are Egypt, then Assyria, then Babylon, then Medo-Persian Empire, then the Greek Empire, then Roman Empire. The thing about the Roman Empire, this is only 6. The thing about the Roman Empire is that it never was defeated. It just fell apart. It just fell into pieces. And so here, this beast that you see in Revelation chapter 13 is the seventh. The seventh one is the seventh one that emerges. And it's basically all 7 of these put together as one. And it's like a huge superpower that is going to be in existence during this time period. And it's really fascinating trying to like just rationalize this, because it's something that we can't really grasp or put our minds around, because there's nothing like that that's been in existence since then, really. But you're seeing the foundation of it all being poured right now. Like, I mean, it could all exist right now. We just don't know what it is, because, like we're still down here, boots on the ground. But that's what you see in Revelation chapter 13. That's what that beast is representing. But anyways, you also learn that this beast is given authority for 42 months. In Revelation 13, verse 5, it says he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. Now, this is why it's important. That's 3.5 years. 42 months is 3.5 years. So you have times and half a times. You have 1,260 days, and you have 42 months. Those are all different ways of saying 3.5 years. So you have the 2 witnesses that have 3.5 years that are basically untouchable. These 2 witnesses are going to be untouchable for 3.5 years. And then after they go away, then the other 42 months or the other 3.5 years will begin. Hey, thank you, Jeff. So you have 3.5 years, and that is what you're seeing here. So this is the beginning of the Great Tribulation in a sense, because very soon in Revelation 13, you also are introduced to the mark of the beast, which we'll talk about here in a second. But in Revelation 13, there are 2 beasts that are introduced to you. You're introduced to the Antichrist, which is the first beast, and you're introduced to the false prophet, which is the second beast. There are 2 beasts. It's a duality going on here. They are a dynamic duo in a sense, because the false prophet is going to be able to do all kinds of signs and miracles in the presence of the first beast. So he's going to be doing all kinds of cool things, and all kinds of people are going to be super intrigued by this false prophet. And everybody's going to be just blown away with all the cool things that he's doing, that he's going to deceive many. So in verse 14, Revelation 13, verse 14, it says, and he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs. So he's going to be doing signs. Now, if you remember back in Matthew chapter 12, after they rejected Jesus and they called him demonic, the Pharisees go up and they have the audacity to go back up to Jesus and they say, teacher, show us a sign. And so that's fascinating. They say, teacher, show us a sign. Now, you need to understand, up until that point, Jesus has done every sign. He's done all the signs. He's like, what are you talking about? You want me to show you a sign? And so they have the audacity, after they call him demon possessed, he's like, teacher, you can almost hear the snide dripping, the sass just dripping off of the teacher. Show us a sign. Like making just super just and so that goes into like the no sign will be given except the sign of Jonah. Anyways, Revelation 13 verse 15. In Revelation 13 verse 15 it says he was granted power to give breath to the image. So this beast so you have the two witnesses. They are there for 3.5 years, then they die. Their bodies lay in the streets for 3.5 days. Then the Antichrist will walk over their bodies into the temple. I'm just trying to paint you a picture. I'm not saying this is, I'm just giving you something to work with. He goes into the temple and he erects an idol of himself. And now it's interesting because this image, you need to understand, in order to understand this image, it's good to remember what Jesus tells us to remember. In Matthew 24, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet. So Jesus himself tells us to go and study Daniel. He's like, go check out Daniel. Go read Daniel. Go remember Daniel. And so if you were a Jew, the Jewish people know their history. They know what took place. This is all documented in the Maccabees, the book of the Maccabees. But during this time period, and if you read the book of Daniel, you're introduced to a guy named Antiochus Epiphanes IV. Antiochus Epiphanes IV was a type of the upcoming Antichrist. Meaning he did all of the things that the Antichrist is going to do in the future. He just did it on a smaller scale. And so Antiochus Epiphanes, what he did when he was alive was that he persecuted the Jewish people. He hated the Jewish people. He chased them down, did all the things to the Jewish people. And then he even went so far to enter into the temple and he built a statue to Zeus. Hey, thank you, Ed King. Thank you so much. And so it's very fascinating to see that what Antiochus Epiphanes did way back then is what Jesus told you and I to go pay attention to. He's like, hey, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place spoken of by Daniel the prophet, he's telling us to go check out Daniel. He's like, hey, remember what happened back with Daniel, what Daniel told you about? Remember that abomination of desolation? Yeah, that is also going to happen in the future. He says, when you see that happen, let those who are in Judea flee. Hey, thank you, Michael. And so it's really interesting here because there is going to be an image, which means there's going to be a temple, because in order for this image to, thank you, Yogi, in order for this image to be erected, there needs to be a temple in order for it to be placed in, which is why it's interesting because in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, we see that this Antichrist is going to go in there and he's going to sit as God, and he's basically going to demand worship from everybody on the earth. He's like, I'm here now. You will worship me. And so that is what he is going to demand. And so here in Revelation chapter 13, this is also at the same time where the mark of the beast is going to be unleashed onto the world. This is at the 3.5 year point, because here is when the beast is unveiled, because the abomination of desolation, the cat is out of the bag. The Jewish people recognize he just went in there. The image is up. Oh my goodness. The Jewish people are like, holy smokes. And then they run. And so then there's people who flee Judea, but there's going to be people who stay in Judea. There's going to be Jewish people who are going to remain in Jerusalem. That is crazy. But there's going to be some Jews who leave Judea and they are going to flee. They're going to end up in, many of them are going to end up in Basra. I don't want you to think that all of the Jewish people are going to be together. It's not just going to be one, like a whole bunch of people, just all of them at the same place. They're not all in the same place, because we recognize that he's going to gather them who he scattered. He's going to gather those who he scattered from all around the world. It's going to be a global regathering. And it's really kind of cool. But there is going to be a select few who go and they flee to a place called Basra. And you can read about that in Isaiah chapter 63 if you'd like to. But they are going to flee to Basra, and that is where Jesus is going to return, because they are going to basically petition for him to return. But anyways, you see this mark of the beast that is being introduced into the world here in Revelation chapter 13. And this brings you into Revelation 14, because in Revelation 14, you see that after the mark of the beast is introduced, around the same time period, there's going to be an angel who is going to be preaching the everlasting gospel to the people on earth. And so I want you to recognize there are two huge things that are taking place here in Revelation 13 and 14. One thing, the mark of the beast is now an option for the people on earth during this time period. Not now, it's not here right now, but it is now here in Revelation 13, whenever this time comes into existence. it will be available for those people who are alive. So that is an option for the people alive during this time. At the same time, the angel is in heaven preaching the everlasting gospel. So you have two huge things that are now an option and now open for the world to see. And so this is why it's so interesting, because when you get to Revelation chapter Revelation chapter 16, in Revelation chapter no oh gosh. Yeah, 16. In Revelation chapter 16, you have these bowls that are poured out onto mankind, and they're poured out onto those who receive the mark of the beast. Anyways, the humans on earth during this time period are going to have a very, very clearly, very literal life and death situation in front of them. They're going to have a life and death decision to make. And so it's crazy to imagine being alive during this time, which is why I would just encourage you to, if you're not born again right now, to really, really consider it and give your life to the Lord so that you don't even have to worry about this. But these people on earth are going to have a life and death situation. And if you receive the mark, you will be cast in the lake of fire. And that is going to happen. But if you refuse it, then you will be hunted down. You won't be able to eat or drink. And there's also a likelihood of you being caught and losing the top part of your body, which is something that we don't want to happen. But there's going to be many people who do that. Anyways, that's the options on the table. You're going to have this angel preaching the gospel and to ever living creature. I want you to think about that, because there is something that needs to occur. People are like, well, the Lord's not going to return until everybody on earth hears the gospel, right? You're very true. That's very accurate. But here in Revelation 14, before the second coming occurs, the entire earth hears the gospel. Everybody, every single person in their own tongue is going to hear the gospel by this angel. And so I don't want you to think that we're still centuries away from deciphering this random language out in the middle of a jungle somewhere. No, God's going to take care of that. He's working all kinds of different ways right now that we have no idea. You know, like people over in the Middle East, many Muslims are having dreams. Like if you look up Nabil Qureshi, if you look up his testimony, you'd be blown away by it, because he had dreams. And so Jesus, he is working in ways that we can't even recognize, but he's working on individual people right now, and it's super cool. And so there are people who are getting light revealed to them, and it's in a supernatural kind of way. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. But anyways, Revelation chapter 14, really kind of cool chapter, leads us in Revelation 15. And Revelation 15 is basically a short chapter, but it's basically a prelude to the future bowl judgments. Because in Revelation chapter 15, you have these angels who go into the temple that is in heaven, and each one goes in, they pick up a bowl, and then they leave. Another one goes in, picks up a bowl, and then they leave. There's 7 angels that get 7 bowls, and then they leave the temple. But then we're told very specifically that the temple, God is left alone in the temple. He's in there all by himself. And that is crazy to think about. He is in there by himself. I want you to just ask yourself, why are we told that? Why are we told that detail? We are told so many details, but we're also not told a lot of other details. We're like, I want to know more about this, but the Bible only gives us this much. It's because we don't need to dwell on that. But what I think here is very fascinating in Revelation 15, verse 8. In Revelation 15, verse 8, after the angels leave, it says, then the temple was filled with the smoke from the glory of God and from his power, and no one was able to enter the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were completed. So God is in the temple. He's filling up the temple with his glory, and he's in there all by himself. Hey, thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. Yes, hat backwards. Thank you, Holly. That's super kind. Thank you so much. And so it's really kind of cool to see what's going on here, but he is in the temple by himself. It's almost like as if he recognizes what is about to happen, and he's not happy about it. Like, he's not happy about this. This is not something that he is taking joy in doing. And so I think that takes kind of like a play or an idea, paints a picture of like why he's in the temple by himself. He's recognizing the severity of what he's about to do. And so he basically gives the green light to the angels in Revelation chapter 16. So in Revelation chapter 16, you have the bowl judgments being unleashed onto the world. Maranatha, Nicodemus, Maranatha.
Absolutely. In Revelation chapter 16, it says, or in Revelation 16, we have the bowl judgments being poured out into the world. So just to kind of rewind a little bit, you have seven seals, which is in Revelation 6, and then you go into seven trumpets, which begins in Revelation chapter 8. But then here in Revelation 16, you have the seven bowl judgments. Now, these bowl judgments, it's a judgment of whatever it's being poured out on. It's 100% of it. So, in contrast to the trumpet judgments, are a judgment of, it's a third of whatever is being judged. If it's the water that's being judged, it's just a third of the water. But in contrast to the bowl judgments, if the water is being judged, it's no longer a third of it, it is all of it. And so that's why these bowl judgments are so much more severe, because it's not just focusing on a third or a fourth or a fifth, it's all of it. Whatever the bowl is being poured out on, it's affecting 100% of everything involved in it. Really, really kind of interesting. This is terrible. But these are the bowl judgments. You can read them for yourself. But one of the bowl judgments that is really important to understand is in verse 12. Revelation 16, verse 12, it says, the sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up, so that the way of the kings from the east might be prepared. This bowl judgment doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but you need to understand what happens because of the river being dried up. Basically, this river being dried up is God basically opening the door and allowing you to go through it. He's like, let me get the door for you. Go ahead. And so that's basically what's going on. This river is massive, and then all of a sudden it's dried up. It's kind of like, like when you walk into Walmart and you're like walking up to the door and you like do one of those things and the door opens and you're like, and you're like, you see what I did? Like, like we've all done it. Don't act like you haven't. And if you haven't, blocked. But what I think is important to recognize here is that this river drying up is basically God saying, go ahead, keep on, come on in here. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you for those heart puffs. Thank you so much. But this river drying up is going to allow these armies to cross over, and these armies crossing over are basically the armies walking into a wine press. That's basically what's happening. That's why this is a bowl judgment, because the river drying up isn't that big of a deal because it's already blood. And so if it's already blood, if anything, it was like God doing them a favor, because the blood is no longer, it's gone, and now it doesn't smell as bad. So now all these armies are going to go across. And so it's really fascinating to see what's going on here. But this is basically God, he's taking his bucket that he's going to tread on, and he's going to tip it over, and he's going to allow all the people to walk into his bucket. And then he's going to pick it up when they're all in there. He's going to set it down, and then he's going to stomp. And so that is why this is a part of the bowl judgments. Anyways, we talked about the Battle of Armageddon. It doesn't take place in Armageddon. It takes place in we've all heard the term the Battle of Armageddon. I think a more clear picture for you and I to kind of allow to sit in our minds is to recognize that it's not a single battle. It is a campaign of multiple battles. So the idea that the Bible seems to paint is that it's multiple battles, but it begins in a place called Basra, which is over in Jordan. It's over in Jordan, which is just east of Israel. Begins in Jordan, which is where the second coming is actually going to occur. The second coming does not occur on the Mount of Olives. The second coming occurs in Basra. You can read about that in Isaiah chapter 63. But it begins in Basra, and it works its way all the way back up to outside the walls of Jerusalem, which is the Valley of Jehoshaphat, right outside the walls of Jerusalem, which is very interesting. We talked more about that in Joel chapter 2, or Joel chapter 3. And so it's really kind of cool, unpacking this kind of stuff, which is things we talked about before. Moving on to Revelation 17. Revelation 17 is very fascinating. You talk a lot about there's two players in Revelation chapter 17. You have the beast, and you have a woman. So the woman, there's actually a book out there called The Woman Rides the Beast. And so basically, there are two entities that exist during the time. The beast represents the political side of the world that is going to be in existence during the 7-year period. That is the beast. The woman, on the other hand, is a picture of the false church. So you have the political system in the false church kind of being like a team. They're working its way around. They're, making my way downtown, walking fast. But they're two things that are existing. They're symbols, the beast and the woman. They represent the political system and the religious system. And so what I want you to recognize, though, is that they even though they're working together for the first 3.5 years, they do not work together during the last 3.5 years. The first 3.5 years, there is a religious system and there's a political system. For the first 3.5 years, there's this false church that is still going on, the false Christendom. It's all over the place, right? False religions all over the place. During the first 3.5 years, in view of the political system is where the 10 kings come into play. And you read about that in Daniel chapter 7. The 10 kings are going to be existing for the first 3.5 years. But then when the Antichrist emerges, he's going to pluck up 3 of the 10 kings. He's going to remove 3 of them, which brings you down to 7. And so you start with 10 political kings. And then for the first 3.5 years, for the last 3.5 years, you don't have 10, you have 7 kings. And then the Antichrist is ruling there. So for the religious system, you have the false church, the woman. And then at the last 3.5 years, the kings devour the woman because the woman was taking too much attention from the Antichrist. The Antichrist wants to be worshipped. And so there's 2 religious systems. There's the first 3.5 years, which is the false church, in the second 3.5 years, which is a picture of when the Antichrist is going to be reigning, and that's not going to take place until the Great Tribulation. That's going to begin during the Great Tribulation. You're doing a study of Isaiah right now. Very good. Yeah. Oh, very cool, Jill. Thank you for those gifts, by the way. Very kind. Isaiah was a very challenging book. So enjoy. It's a deep one. And I don't know if I did it justice, but hey, thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. Good to see you. All right, moving into Revelation chapter 18. Revelation chapter 18, we get into this conversation of Babylon. What is Babylon? What is Babylon? And so here in Revelation chapter 18, you see an aerial view. Thank you, Susan. You have an aerial view. You have a picture of the kings. You have a picture of the merchants, and you have a picture of the ship masters. There are 3 of them: the kings, the merchants, and the ship masters. So it's really interesting when you see that, but that's basically like an economy of sorts. Like the kings are over the merchants are over the ship masters. You see like this whole system that's involved here in Revelation chapter 18. So Babylon, the question is, what is Babylon? Well, in the literal Babylon in biblical times was over in Iraq. That's ancient Babylon. But here in Revelation chapter 18, this Babylon seems to be symbolic of a literal Babylon that is somewhere else, that is just using the title Babylon and slapping it onto something else, like America, for example. Maybe America is Babylon. Lots of people seem to think that. Could be. Who knows? I don't know. This is a secondary issue. But one way or the other, what you see about Babylon, what's unique about Babylon, is how they're all connected. Everything is connected. There is a oneness. In Genesis chapter 11, you see, when you're introduced to Babel, when they're working on that tower, there was one speech and one language. And then God even himself says that there is nothing that is going to be withheld from them. I want you to think about that. There is nothing that is going to be withheld from them. Think about that. There is nothing that is going to be withheld. What do you mean nothing? Does that mean that they are going to be able to somehow do some strange things that seem super sci-fi? Probably. I think that's all encapsulated. There is nothing that is going to be withheld from them. And so that is why God is going to basically do what he's going to do. But Babylon, what is it? Who is it? It's unknown. Many people think that is America. Could be. Maybe it's the entire world in a sense, because we're all connected. Who knows? Anyways, Revelation chapter 19. Revelation chapter 19 is a great chapter. Love this chapter. There's so many things here. But in Revelation chapter 19, verse 7, it says, "Let us be glad and rejoice and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come." I want you guys to recognize the marriage of the Lamb. The marriage of the Lamb. The marriage of the Lamb. Who is the Lamb? The Lamb is Jesus. So why does it say the marriage of the Lamb? Is Jesus getting married? Yeah. Who is his bride? The church. It's so fascinating. Hey, Ed King, 2025. Thanks, man. The marriage of the Lamb. Jesus is getting married. Now, what I want you to understand, though, is that there's a difference between the marriage of the Lamb, which is in verse 7. Now go and read verse 9. In Revelation 19, verse 9, it says, Then he said, Right, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper. So you have the marriage of the Lamb and you have the marriage supper. These are two different things. The marriage is when the bride and groom say, I do. The marriage supper is the reception. That's what takes place after the marriage, which is so cool. And so this marriage supper is going to take place during the millennial kingdom, I believe. And that is why when Jesus says, he's like, I'm not going to eat of this vine or drink of this vine until I drink it anew with you in my kingdom. He's waiting for a specific time to drink that. I think that's so cool. Revelation chapter 19, you see those two things, but in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, you see the revelation. You see the literal revelation, because in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, this is the revelation of Jesus Christ. The revelation, again, in case you missed it, apocalypsis means the unveiling, has the idea of unveiling. This is when Jesus is unveiled. So in Revelation chapter 19 at verse 11, this is the revelation, because it says, Now I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. And he who sat on him was called Faithful and True. This is Jesus being revealed. I mean, that's unreal. Unreal. But that's Revelation chapter 19. We talked a lot about this in this chapter. This chapter was really makes you go all over the place. Because then again, you see the beast and the false prophet they're cast alive or thrown alive into the lake of fire. Hey, thank you, Nene. They are cast alive into the lake of fire. And so that's fairly interesting too, because we unpack that in Isaiah 14. Lots of different, could go either way on what this means and how this, what is this? What is this? What is this? How does this apply? What does this verse mean? Is this verse saying what it sounds like? Like all of these things. It's so challenging. It's fun to try to figure it out, but there's a lot more here is what I'm saying. And so I felt like we unpacked a lot of those things in the last studies. And if you guys are new here, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. Yeah. Thank you, Christina. If you guys want to follow me on YouTube, just in case TikTok gets banned, I hope it doesn't, but we got like 2 weeks left on YouTube. So we got 2 weeks left on TikTok roughly. And so if you would like to stay in touch, if you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, maybe follow me over on YouTube, so that we could stay in touch, because we're live on YouTube right now and on TikTok at the same time. So anyways, Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, verse, there's so many things that so many cool things that are in Revelation 19. I just want to talk about them, but we're not. But in Revelation chapter 20, you have the millennial kingdom. You see Satan is bound and he's cast into the bottomless pit for the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom is 1,000 years, 1,000 years. So if you read Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6, you see the phrase 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. And so what's really interesting, at least to me, is that there are Christians, there are born again believers right now who believe that the millennial kingdom is not real. They say that the millennial kingdom does not exist. They say it's not literal. And so they allegorize a lot of these things, but by allegorizing things, it basically gives you the license to invent. And that is dangerous. You don't want to be doing that. And so you want to, the more I study, the more I'm like, this is literal. So that's where I'm coming from. And so that's where I present things from, but I also try to give you the other side of the coin just so you can be aware of it. But there are people who believe that the millennial kingdom is not a literal 1,000-year reign. I have been attempting to, the last 5 times we've gone live, the last 5 studies have all been about the millennial kingdom. It is literal. And there's a lot of things that take place during it. And a lot of things are going to be fulfilled in it. And so we need to recognize that, because without the literal millennial kingdom, there's prophecies that can't be fulfilled in the way that it basically, we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But anyways, during this Revelation chapter 20, Satan's going to be bound for 1,000 years. So I want you to imagine a time period where Satan is bound for 1,000 years. Does that mean sin is no longer? No, absolutely not. You and I, we have a sinful nature, right? Hey, thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. But we have a sinful nature, right? We have a sinful nature. So even though Satan is bound for 1,000 years, doesn't mean that sin is going to go away. So there is so something that you need to recognize is that there is going to be sin in the millennial kingdom. That's a weird concept because you think of a millennial kingdom, you think of everything being perfect. No. The only thing perfect in the millennial kingdom is the government. The government is perfect. The king is perfect. The people a part of the government are perfect. You and I are different than the people that we are going to be reigning and ruling over. And so we need to really recognize that because there are going to be humans born in the millennial kingdom. And so a lot of things don't make sense unless you look at this from a literal standpoint. So something that I think is important in Daniel chapter 12, in Daniel chapter 12, you have you and I are told about a period of time that is 75 days long that is zoomed in on, in a sense, as far as when the tribulation ends to when the millennial kingdom begins. Because when the tribulation ends, it doesn't go tribulation end, millennial kingdom begin. No, there is a time period from when the tribulation ends to when the millennial kingdom begins. And you read about that in Daniel chapter 12. So from when the tribulation ends in Revelation 16, God, after the seventh bowl is poured out, God says from heaven, he says, it is finished. He said, it is done. That's what he says, right? So what is he saying? What is done? What is finished? Well, what is done is the time of Jacob's trouble. It's the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob's trouble is done. Their trouble is no longer. That is what he's saying. He's like, their trouble, the time of Jacob's trouble, in Jeremiah 30, verse 7, that time, it's done. It's done. And so when you recognize that that's when the tribulation ends, well, what takes place when it's done? There's still things, time is still going on. And so we're given 75 days where basically multiple things are going to take place. Resurrections, people are going to be getting their bodies during that time. The abomination of desolation is going to be allowed to remain for 30 days after the tribulation ends. That's crazy. That's going to be taken down 30 days. There's things that are going to take place during this 75-day period. Multiple things are going to take place during that 75-day period, which is really, really quite cool. Okay, so that is that is the review. That is the review. All right. So, hey, thank you, Jay. All right. So that's just a review of Revelation chapter 1 through 19. And we're going to stop right there. But now we are going to actually enter in the period of where we're actually going to study. That was all just review. That was all things that we've talked about before. So now we're actually going to slow down and we're going to talk about more about the millennial kingdom. Because I think it's really important. You know, I think it's okay to take time and unpack some of these things because there's a lot of cool things that we are able to really pull from and glean from here in the Bible. And it's about some really super neat things that we're about to dive into. But thank you for pinning that, Amber. Yeah, in case you guys are new here, my name is Ryan. I just started a website. It's threadsthatpreach.com. And so if you guys wanted to go check that out, you can get shirts like this over there. It's He Restores My Soul. And there's a verse on the back with the reference and whatnot. And there's photos and stuff like that. Today's the first day that I'm bringing it out. And so if you wanted to go, support this ministry in a sense, you can go purchase some gear over there, some sheesh gear. I'm going to add more photos of things and, kind of tinker around with it little by little. And there's still some things that I need to do, like taking more photos and whatnot and adding things and taking away some things. And, the whole thing was relatively new for me. But I'm excited about releasing it to you guys. And so it's there. If you want to go check it out, you are more than welcome to. And if you have any questions about it or critiques or anything, feel free to message me directly here on TikTok. That would be, that's welcome. I would like to, work on it the best that I can. There's going to be other things that are coming. But as for right now, there are shirts and there are these crew necks. There's going to be hoodies too. I just haven't taken any photos of those yet. So little by little, but those things are coming. I was also throwing out the idea. Bridget actually threw out the idea of tote bags, like a little tote. I don't know what any of you ladies like totes. Totes my goats. it's so funny. Like, when you think about a tote, I'm like, what is that? Like, what is, pray tell, what is a tote? And so it was just too funny. I love tote bags. Nick. Okay, that's hilarious. Anyways, yes, threadsthatpreach.com. I put a lot of time in there, and so hopefully you guys enjoy the design and the vibe of the entire thing. I'll probably still move some things around and whatnot, but if you wanted to purchase anything there, it would be an encouragement to me. Also, if you wanted to share that website, like if you guys have like Facebook groups, Christian Facebook groups or whatever, if you wanted to like throw that out there, I would super appreciate it. Just trying to get started on that would be it'd be a super encouragement for me. Finding a good Bible bag is rare. I totally buy one. Oh, a Bible bag. I don't know. I use them for everything, Yolanda. I can't. Awesome. It looks great, Ryan. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. I'm glad. Thank you. Well, let me know the negative things too, because, I would like to, switch things up. Legit already told me about the color scheme. I kind of knew that because it was kind of hard to see. I'm still working. I don't know. There's still things that I'm like, how do you do this? Oh, it was super frustrating. But it's okay. We made it. And/or hats. What kind of hats, Gina? Gina Bina. Okay. Jocko time, because that was 2 hours of me just flapping my gums. Book bags for the brethren. Book bags for the bros. One guy was like one rep closer to home. I thought that was hilarious. And/or hats. Yeah, I like hats. As long as it doesn't come with an extra arm, we cool. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. So that is threadsthatpreach.com. And also, if you guys haven't followed me on, hey, thank you, Carla. If you haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube if you're on TikTok, because if they get rid of TikTok, we can stay in touch on YouTube, because I'm doing these Bible studies on YouTube Live right now and on TikTok Live at the same time. So if they get rid of TikTok, I hope they don't. But if they do, we will be doing all of this on YouTube. So we got two platforms to work with. Christina, his current profile picture with the bubble that says sheesh. What's up, Jenny? Baseball caps like the one you're wearing? Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm down. I like hats. Yes, threadsthatpreach.com. Go check it out. Let me know what you think. There's some shirts up there with some. You get to choose the color, you get to choose the apparel, and you get to choose the phrase. The phrases are: He restores my soul, One Day Closer to Home, 70 times 7, and We're Not Home Yet. All of those are basically inspired based on the one thing that I use all the time for my mom, which is we're one day closer to home, and how true that is. I don't know how to do YouTube. There's a link. Yeah. Amber pinned it right here. ITZ_sheesh. If you wanted to go there, just type it into YouTube. Just type in ITZ_sheesh and you'll find it. And then you can just hit a subscribe button, and then you'll at least be able to find me if they do get rid of TikTok, if you would like to. No pressure. I don't know how to do YouTube. All right. Hey, thank you, Joni. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. That's a super encouragement. All right. So, okay, we're about to dive on in to this study now. All of that was a review. So hopefully that helped in some form. I know it's long-winded. I know it's a long time. That was 2 hours of a review, but I think it really helps, repetition, especially in the book of Revelation, because so many people have so many questions about the book of Revelation. Like me, I got questions all the time. So I think, time and time and doing it over and over and over again really kind of like just drills it into our mind. And I think it's good to have this information for such a time as this. But the one thing that I want you guys to always remember is that the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure that you can get to heaven. Guys, if you do not know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, then all the stuff that we're talking about right now, as far as eschatology is concerned, it means nothing. It means nothing. And so you need to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, because your next breath is not guaranteed. And you guys need to remember that. I mean, you guys have plans to do something tomorrow. You have plans to do something in 2 days from now, a week from now. You got a vacation planned already when the summer comes back. You have things that you are going to do in your mind because you think you're going to be here for a long time. But the chances are, I mean, there's a chance that you might not be, right? And so we need to focus. We need to always have an eternal mindset. And it's rather challenging in a world today that we are just getting bombarded with temporary things and focusing on the things that the world tells us that we need to focus on, and look over here and over here and over here. It doesn't matter what you're doing, regardless of wherever you're at, you need to glorify the Lord with everything. Whatever you eat or drink, whatever you say, whatever you do, all these things, glorify the Lord in it. And so that's what I would like to encourage you. But how do you get to heaven? You need to recognize that you are a sinner first. You need to recognize the bad news. The bad news is that you are a sinner and that you fall short of the glory of God. That's the bad news. The bad news also is that you are under the death penalty because you have sinned. And because you have sinned, you are under the death penalty, for the wages of sin is death. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's amazing. Eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's awesome. So you need to recognize that you are a sinner, and then you need to recognize that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day, which is the gospel according to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 1 through 4, that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures, which was the Old Testament, mind you. You need to believe that. And if you believe that, and if you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, then he is going to come into you, and then you are going to become a new creation. You are going to be sealed with the Holy Spirit, which is unbelievable. And if that is a genuine thing that takes place in your life, then you are going to start reflecting that, because you recognize who he is and you recognize what he did for you. And so what you should be doing, if you are born again, you should be adding to your faith virtue. You should be living good morally. And then after you do that, then you need to add to your virtue knowledge. You need to know your stuff, guys. You are in a world that is full of deception. Everything's upside down right now. When you recognize that, it's just like your knowledge and who Christ is and who you are in Christ is vital, because you are constantly taking arrows from the enemy. It's happening. I mean, it is nonstop every single day. And so we need to strive. We need to just be all diligent to add to our faith. With all diligence, add to your faith virtue, to your virtue knowledge, and to your knowledge self-control. And it goes on. But my point is, you need to be putting forth a serious effort into achieving those things. That's what you need to be doing, because when you do those things, you're going to be a giant in your world when it comes to just a giant in the faith. And then you can be a pillar that people can lean on. And then you can defend other people in your life, people who are trying to deceive and say, no, this is what this verse means. Well, you can be like, no, it doesn't. And then you can try to reach that person with love. It's not about winning arguments, but it's about winning souls. But, we need to know how to defend the faith. We need to be ready to defend the faith, or defend the hope that is within us. We need to have that ability. And so many people don't know how to do it. And so that is what I want to encourage you to grow in Christ. And Paul, if he was the author of Hebrews, he was basically talking to the Jewish people, and he's like, you should be teachers by now. That's crazy. How many of you in here should be teachers by now? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying raise your hand. I'm not saying like, who, me. I'm just like, just do some reflection a little bit. But like, how many are just still drinking the milk? And so I'm not saying that to shame anybody. No, not by any means, but to try to stir you up, to get encouraged, to get in there and be like, this is super exciting. And I'm not saying you need to spend 10 hours studying the Bible. I'm not saying no. But I want you to just find a love for the Word of God. And just when you get lit up about it, then you're going to want to tell people about Jesus. I'm telling you, like, that's the whole point. You want to stir yourself up. Like, and by doing that, when you learn something, I'm telling you guys, like, I'm sure there's people in here, when you learn something, you just want to tell somebody about it. And you're like, I got to tell somebody about this before I forget. Like, that's basically me. Like, I was just like, I got to get this off my chest real fast because now I can forget it. Okay. I told him, happens all the time. But man, when you just get to encourage and lift one another up, and it's really cool. So I want to encourage you to do that. Of course. Yes. so true. You're so right, J-Con. Right. What's up? You're my angel. Hello. Are you from South Africa? I can't remember. I think you're from, was it South Africa? Where are you from? Yes, you are from South Africa. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, Russell, absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and whole armor on. Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and get on into this study. So last time, just to kind of like warm up into this study, will there still be pain and tears in the millennial kingdom? He doesn't wipe away every tear, and pain will be no more until Revelation 21 and new heaven. Okay, so Sean says, will there still be pain and tears in the millennial kingdom? Yeah. There is still going to be that because sin is still going to be in existence, Sean. So those no more, he's going to wipe away every tear, and there will be no more pain, no more sorrow, all that. That's not going to be applicable until the new heavens and the new earth, like how you quoted in Revelation 21. During the millennial kingdom, it is still in a sinful world, but the government and the kingdom that is in place is going to be perfect. But we're gonna be ruling over Gentiles who still sin. You and I will not sin, but they will sin. We will not have the ability to sin because we will have our glorified bodies. But there's going to be people born in the millennial kingdom. They will have the ability to sin, even though Satan's bound for 1,000 years. And so because of sin still existing, there is still going to be some people getting hurt. There's still going to be some kind of people having differences, but there's going to be a perfect government, and he's going to rule with a rod of iron. Hey, thank you, Tammy. And so because people are going to have differences, and there's still going to be a rebellion at the end of the millennial kingdom too. And so I'm sure there's going to be people they're going to be in some pain. That's talking about Ezekiel 38 when we'll talk more about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of warm up. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit, Sean. Let me stretch my back. Help me, Tom Cruise. What's that? Talladega Nights. Have you seen that? The invisible fire's got my buddy. I'm sorry. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of warm up into this whole millennial kingdom situation. But the millennial kingdom, so we kind of like what we've talked about before. Rick and Bobby. Yes. So the millennial kingdom. So it's good to remember. Yeah, absolutely, Sean. It's good to remember that during the millennial kingdom, there is going to be a perfect government. Isaiah chapter 9. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, it talks about how the government will be upon his shoulders, and his kingdom will never end. It will be everlasting, right? So we know that his kingdom will never end. We know that the government will be upon his shoulders. We know his government is kingdom, right? We have that whole visual of a kingdom. I want you to picture a kingdom. Like, I want you to imagine you're riding a horse and you're like, and like you're looking out into the distance and you see a palace and you see this whole kingdom kind of vibe situation going on. Like, that's a kingdom, right? So that's a worldly kingdom that you just imagine there. But here, his kingdom is going to be something completely different. And so there is going to be a government that is operating within that kingdom, and you and I are going to be a part of that kingdom. And so basically, the kingdom is going to have two branches. It's like a chain of command type style that's going to be enacted during this time. What I mean by that is that when Jesus returns, so in Revelation chapter 19, when Jesus returns, he's returning, and he's on his leg, on his thigh, it's going to be, it says, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Why does it say the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords? Because there are still kings and there's still lords, just like how there are still going to be kings and lords in existence during the millennial kingdom. Jesus is just going to be the king of those kings, and he's going to be the Lord of all the lords. And so when you recognize that Jesus is going to be king, and that's where, that's awesome, right? And so there's two branches. Thank you, Anita. There's two branches that branch out from him. There's a Gentile branch of government, and there is a Jewish branch of government. The Gentile branch of government is going to be composed of you and I, the people who are on the church right now. No, no. Hold on. Can you believe it? Holy smokes. So I just went out and bought like seven chirp chirp. I just went out and bought seven fire alarms, and because the ones that we have are hardwired into our house, and apparently they're only good for 10 years. Is that the watch back? No, that was a fire alarm, but they're only good for 10 years, and we've lived in our house for 10 years. So that's crazy to think about. So now I need to switch them out. So anyways, that's what that was. I need to do that. Anyways, okay. Yeah, you're my angel. Absolutely. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yeah, I'm telling you what, that's like one of my no. Okay, so what are we talking about? Oh yeah, Tom Cruise. Okay, no. So we're talking about the hierarchy in the kingdom, right? We have the hierarchy going on. Just so there's going to be, yes, the Gentile, and thank you, Kennedy. So there's going to be a Gentile branch and a Jewish branch of a part of the government. And so what's good to know is that on the Gentile branch is going to be you and I. If you're a born again believer and you're part of the church age, which began in Acts chapter 2 and is going to end in Revelation chapter 3, all of those Christians, all of the people who became born again during that church period are going to be reigning with Christ. But not only them, but also those who died for Jesus during the tribulation. I think that's very fascinating. So in Revelation chapter 20, Revelation chapter 20, in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, you are introduced to two people, two categories of people. One category is the church, and the other category are those who lost their heads during the millennial kingdom. And so it says at the end of Revelation 20, verse 4, it says, and they lived and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. So you see that there's two categories of Gentiles who are going to be living and reigning with Jesus for 1,000 years. Now, that is you and I who are sitting on the thrones there, but then also those who lost their heads during the tribulation, they also are going to be given the privilege to reign with him. Now, that's crazy to think about, because the question is like, okay, well, who are we reigning over? And that is a great question. Thank you for asking. The question that I asked is, who are we going to be reigning over? We are going to be reigning over those, the tribulation saints. So in Matthew chapter 25, you have the sheep and goats judgments, right? You have the sheep and goat judgments. Now, the sheep and goat judgments, the sheep are the Gentile Christians who get saved during the tribulation. The goats are the lost Gentiles who receive the mark of the beast during the tribulation. So they're all Gentiles. The sheep are Gentiles, the goats are Gentiles, but the sheep are saved and the goats are lost. And so it's all based around the idea of how they treated Jesus's brethren. There's three groups. You have the sheep, the goats, and the brethren. The brethren are referring to the Jewish people. And so basically, the sheep and goat judgments are for the Gentiles who have the opportunity to treat the Jewish people in some kind of capacity during the tribulation period. Because during the tribulation period, the Antichrist is going to be spinning this web of lies and this web of hatred towards the Jewish people, because he wants to eliminate all of them because of what we talked about before, because they need to petition his return. There's things that need to take place for the second coming to return, and that is that the Jews need to acknowledge their offense. In order for them to acknowledge their offense, they need to go through the Great Tribulation. They need to go through it in order to wake them up. And so that is something that we need to be sensitive to. But the sheep and goat judgments basically is the sheep basically look after the Jewish people because they acknowledge who Jesus is during this time period. And so since they acknowledge who Jesus is, they also acknowledge that they're like, okay, well, I got to look out for these people. And so they're doing what little they know how to do. And so when you read Matthew chapter 25, you see that the sheep are allowed to enter into the kingdom, but the goats are thrown into fire. But let's talk about the sheep who enter the kingdom. So during the tribulation, there is going to be people who make it through the tribulation. I want to think about that for a second. Can you imagine making it all the way through the tribulation? I'm sure like they're going to have to give out shirts or something like that. Be like, I survived the tribulation. Can you imagine? Like, it's crazy. There's people who are going to survive the 7 years of tribulation. And so those people who survive the 7 years of tribulation, they are going to go to the sheep and goat judgments one way or the other. It's going to happen. And so those who are become born again during the tribulation, they are literally going to walk in with their human bodies into the kingdom. Just imagine that. They're going to walk in with their human bodies into the kingdom where you and I will be with our glorified bodies. So it's kind of like the whole picture of the Mount of Transfiguration. You remember that whole scene where Jesus takes Peter, James, and John, and they go up onto the mount. And then Jesus is transfigured before their face. And then they see Moses and Elijah. And Moses and Elijah have their name tags on because that's how they knew who they were. It's like, hi, I'm Moses. What's up, Julie? Thank you so much. Yeah, #1 fan. Woo! Is that a pear? You know what? Pears are so underrated because, pears, thank you so much, Julie. Pears. Can we talk about pears? The fruit. They're either like the best thing ever or they're just like, I just broke my tooth on a pear. Like, how come they can't all just be okay? But so they go into the so just like on the Mount of Transfiguration, you have Jesus glorified. You have Moses and Elijah glorified, and they're in their glorified bodies, right? And then you have Peter, James, and John in their unglorified bodies, which is just their human bodies. And so that's a model of what the kingdom is going to look like. There's going to be humans in the bodies that we have right now, literally walking into the kingdom. Then they're going to see you and I in our glorified bodies, and we are not going to be able to sin anymore. And I think that is so awesome to just visualize. But that's what's going on, right? So in order for you and I to reign, we need to have people to reign over. And we are going to reign over those humans who literally walk into the kingdom. I love a good pear with cinnamon. Right. Like Royal Riviera pears. T-shirt idea. I will survive. No, that's terrible. Nope. Nope. I'm not making that shirt because I don't think we're going through the tribulation. Somebody else can make that shirt. But that's funny. So in order for you and I to reign with him, we need to be reigning over somebody. So the question is, who are we reigning over? And the people we are reigning over are the Christian humans who make it through the 7-year tribulation, who literally walk into the tribulation. Because those Christians, those human Christians, are the ones when the millennial kingdom begins, right when the clock starts for the 1,000 years to start. There's nothing but born again believers in the kingdom. They're still in their bodies, human bodies, but you and I are in our glorified bodies ruling over them. And that's really interesting to consider. So nothing but Christians that are alive during this time period, right? Nothing but followers of Christ during this time. It's just that you have people in their human bodies. So those people in their human bodies are going to repopulate the earth. And they are going to have children. And then their children are going to be born into a perfect government. They're going to see Jesus. They're going to see you and I. They're going to see all kinds of cool things like what we're doing. But to those people who are born during the millennial kingdom, it's not going to be new to them because they're born into it. They don't know what is weird and what is not weird, right? They see somebody super glorified. They're going to be like, that's super common, right? Like, that's how it's been my whole life. And then when those humans have babies, then their babies have babies, their babies have babies, their babies. 1,000 years go by of just babies all over the place. Just, can you imagine? Sounds terrible, but you get what I'm saying. And so you and I are going to be reigning over those humans who are born into the millennial kingdom. Okay, so that is on the Gentile side of the government. On the Jewish side of the government, it's a little bit different. So many babies. On the Jewish side of the government, it goes Jesus, then down to David, King David. King David is going to get his resurrected body, and it says that they will worship their God, which is Jesus, and they will serve their king, which is King David. So they are going to have David, which is ruling over the 12 tribes, or I'm sorry, the 12 apostles. How do you just turn off? Yes. And so when you recognize that it's Jesus to David, David's going to be reigning over Israel. Under David is going to be the 12 apostles. The 12 apostles are going to be sitting on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes. And then under the 12 tribes, they're going to have different other layers underneath them too. But you have a whole hierarchy that is enacted during the millennial kingdom. And so it's really good to recognize this, because these things need to take place in order for the whole idea is to get you to understand that the millennial kingdom is very real. And recognizing how the components inside the millennial kingdom is what I'm striving to paint you a picture here. I highly recommend reading Minor Prophets and the Old Testament to fully understand Revelation. Absolutely. The FUD, 100%. And so when you dive into that, which is actually, we're in the Old Testament all the time. We're going to be there for the most part today too. Because this millennial kingdom, some people who have an issue with the millennial kingdom, they say that we basically are only getting the idea from Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6, where it says 1,000 years 6 times, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. They're saying they only say that because of that verse, right? Those verses right there. And I would argue completely differently. A couple lives ago, we talked about the difference between, hey, thank you, the FUD. Well, a couple of times ago, we talked about the difference between the Abrahamic covenant and the Davidic covenant. And so when you look at the Abrahamic covenant, there's many things that are going to, when those things are fulfilled, because that was an everlasting covenant. Thank you, E-Grace. And Shar, thank you so much. Good to see you. There's focusing on these covenants, there's many things that are going to be fulfilled by the millennial kingdom. And so these everlasting covenants, like the Abrahamic covenant, like all nations will be blessed, like all of these things are going to come into its fullness during the millennial kingdom. And so the millennial kingdom answers all of the questions that seem to be like, well, how does this, like, where there's a whole bunch of questions that are in limbo. And it's like, how does this actually take place? How does God hold his end up of the bargain? Because he said this was an everlasting covenant, an unconditional covenant. And so the question is, or the question is answered by the millennial kingdom. And so when you think about the millennial kingdom, these resurrections are going to take place, which means Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are going to be resurrected, which is where Jesus pulls from in Matthew. He's like, people are going to come from the east and west, and they're going to sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When are they going to sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Well, there's multiple things that take place there. Obviously, the resurrection needs to occur, which basically defeats the idea of the Sadducees because they believe there was no resurrection. So that basically refutes their ideology. And then it also sitting down with them also is going to be able to fulfill, because the Jewish people are going to receive the fullness of that blessing. Hey, thank you, Addie. Thank you so much. And so when you look at the Davidic covenant, again, there is 4 components in the Davidic covenant that are going to be that are given to you in the Davidic covenant. There are 4 components in the Davidic covenant, 4 promises. There's going to be an everlasting throne. There's going to be an everlasting dynasty. There's going to be an everlasting kingdom. And in order for all of this to happen, there needs to be an everlasting person. That person is Jesus Christ, because Jesus was from the tribe of Judah, of the line of the tribe of Judah. And so you see the root of David, right? So with David's dynasty, in order for David's dynasty to be everlasting, there needs to be an everlasting person that comes from David's line. And that person that comes from David's line is none other than Jesus Christ. And so because Jesus came from David's line, there is an eternal throne, there is an eternal kingdom, there is an eternal dynasty, and there is an eternal, he is that eternal person. And so we talked about the covenants. And so these covenants play into the millennial kingdom. And it also is piggybacked into Jeremiah chapter 31, which is the new covenant, which is a promise that is given to the Jewish people, which is in Jeremiah chapter 31, which is a millennial covenant, which has not yet come into be yet. But we'll talk more about that here in a little bit, I think. Okay. Okay. So many babies. That's also a great deal of many pairs. Okay. Yes. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube yet, you can go check me out on YouTube. I'm live streaming on YouTube. And if you wanted to follow me on YouTube, I would appreciate that, just because they might get rid of TikTok. And if they get rid of TikTok, then we won't be able to do these verse by verse Bible studies. We just so happen to be going through the book of Revelation right now. And I think the next book might be Genesis or Joel. But I'm fascinated with Genesis right now. I'm already looking into it, which is terrible for my brain. But it's awesome for my brain, but it's terrible for my brain. Ouch. But ouch, Charlie. Okay. Oh. All right. Oh yeah. Also, threadsthatpreach.com. If you guys wanted to go check that out, go check that out. It's a website that I just am announcing today for the first time. So if you wanted to go support this ministry in that kind of capacity, I would appreciate that. Threadsthatpreach.com. You can buy some of these shirts right here, and there you can pick the color, you can pick the apparel, and you can pick the sayings. You know, there's 4 different sayings, and I will get that out to you as fast as I can. Just have some patience with me as I'm figuring out all the glitches and whatnot. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into this millennial kingdom talk. But last time when we talked about the millennial kingdom, we talked about how there is going to be a regathering. There's going to be a regathering. Why is there going to be a regathering? There's going to be a regathering because there was a scattering. And God says in the Old Testament prophets, he says, he's like, I who scattered am going to regather. He scattered them. He's going to regather them. And so this regathering, the question is, when is this regathering going to take place? This regathering is going to take place and be completed during the millennial kingdom. Ooh, Genesis. I know, Yogi, right? Man, I'm telling you what, like my mind already hurts thinking about it. Like you think Revelation's tough. Try going through the book of Genesis, because they just like, like at least what I'm like, I'm stuck on like one verse, and I'm like, now I'm blanking on where it is right now. That's fine. But let's go to during the millennial kingdom. Back to the millennial kingdom. During the millennial kingdom, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom are going to be joined together. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 18. Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 18. We're gonna do some. We're gonna paint some pictures here. Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 18. In Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 18, it says this. In Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 18, it says, "In those days the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given as an inheritance to your fathers." Now, this is important to recognize here, because again, this is talking about it says in verse 18, it says, "In those days." Now, in what days? In those days. In those days. In those days. This is a futuristic day that he is talking about. In those days, which is future from when Jeremiah said it, but it's also future from where we are today. Future from 2025. In those days, millennial, in those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel. Now, if you guys remember before, when we went through the book of Isaiah, there are 2 houses, right? So Israel is, so it's really interesting trying to like unpack and like trying to keep in line all of the things that take place during Israel's history. And we're going to talk about some of this kind of stuff just so you can understand it a little bit better. But just focusing right here, right now, Israel was composed of 12 tribes, right? You have 12 tribes of Israel. They divided. So they divided. After they divided, there was the northern kingdom and there was the southern kingdom. The northern kingdom was often referred to as Israel or Ephraim. So you have the northern kingdom up here. The southern kingdom is referred to as Judah. So you have the northern kingdom, Ephraim, or the northern kingdom, and you have the southern kingdom, Judah. There's 10 tribes that were a part of the northern kingdom. And there was 2 tribes that were part of the southern kingdom. The people who went north were the ones who were acting out, and they left Jerusalem, and then they basically started worshiping all kinds of false images and got into idolatry and all kinds of terrible stuff. And they did that because Jeroboam was like, hey, just so you don't have to go back to Jerusalem to worship, we're going to set up all kinds of a different way to worship. And so that way you don't have to go to Jerusalem anymore. But that basically was countering what God told them to a rule that God told them to follow. Because in Deuteronomy 16, verse 16, the Jewish people were commanded to have all men who were able-bodied men to go to a place of God's choosing for 3 different feasts. And so when these 12 tribes divided, 10 to the north and 2 to the south, the 10 that went to the north, they veered so far off course from what God told them. They stopped listening to him, and so they just started operating by their own laws and on their own rules. And so that left the people in Judah, which was Judah and Benjamin. Those were the 2 tribes. And so that left them there alone. And so you have this division. And the reason why there was this division was because of sin. We're going to talk more about this. But what I want you to understand here, going back to Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 18, in Jeremiah 3, verse 18, it says, in those days, in the millennial days, in those days, the house of Judah will walk with the house of Israel. So you have those 2 dividing kingdoms that were around during Jeremiah's time. He's like, in those days, those 2 kingdoms are going to be one. That's what he's talking about here. In verse 18, it says, in those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given to as an inheritance to your fathers. Okay, now let's go. So that's in Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 18, and it's talking about the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, and they are going to be joined together, and they will never be separated again, which is really kind of cool to see. But let's go to Ezekiel 37, verse 1. Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 1. And we're going to read this. We're going to read Ezekiel 37, verse 1 through 23. And we're going to be talking about this passage here because this is the passage of the valley of dry bones. Them dry bones. But in Ezekiel chapter 37, we're going to read a couple things here. Let's go ahead and dive on into Ezekiel 37, verse 1. It says, the hand of the Lord came upon me and brought me out in the spirit of the Lord and set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was full of bones. Then he caused me to pass by them all around, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and indeed they were very dry. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? So I answered, O Lord God, you know. Again, he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God to these bones, surely I will cause breath to enter into you, and you shall live. I will put sinews on you and bring flesh upon you, cover you with skin and put breath in you, and you shall live. Then you shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and suddenly a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to bone. Indeed, as I looked, the sinews and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them over, but there was no breath in them. So we're going to stop right. Well, let's read a couple more verses. In verse 9, it says, and he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy, son of man, and say to the breath, thus says the Lord God, come from the 4 winds, O breath, and breathe on these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath came into them, and they lived and stood upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. All right, so that's verse 1 through 11. But what I want you to see here is in verse 1 through 6, Ezekiel is told to prophesy over the scattered bones. Like, I just want you to imagine like a graveyard, just full of bones all over the place, bones all over, right? And he's told to prophesy over the scattered bones. They're scattered, right? Like, it's a very interesting picture because Israel was scattered all over the place. But in verse 7 through 10, what you see, what we just read, is that the bones start to get flesh, they start to get skin, and they get breath. I think that's so interesting. So he's talking to something that is completely dead, that is no shot of ever living again from the human perspective. And so Ezekiel is just like having this confrontation, and God's telling him what to do. He's like, hey, can these bones live? And he's like, hey, you know. And so God tells him what to do. He prophesies. And then all of a sudden, Ezekiel starts seeing these bones getting all of this flesh, skin, and breath. And then they became alive. This is crazy. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you for that gifting of memberships. That is super kind. Thank you so much. In Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 11, it continues. In Ezekiel 37, verse 11, it says, "Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. They indeed say, our bones are dry, our hope is lost, and we ourselves are cut off. Therefore prophesy and say to them, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up from your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. Then you shall know that I am the Lord when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up from your graves. I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I will place you in your own land. Then you shall know that I, the Lord, have spoken it and performed it, says the Lord. Again, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, As for you, son of man, take a stick for yourself and write on it. We'll pause right there for a second. But what I want you to understand here, what we read so far, is that God, here in verse 11, in the verses that we just basically were talking about here, in verse 11, God is the one who interprets the vision. And he lets us know that the bones represent the whole house of Israel. That is something to really pay attention to, because the whole house of Israel had become spiritually dead and dispersed. So in verse 11, it says, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. So the whole house of Israel were the bones, completely dead, completely scattered or dispersed. And then when we get to verse 12 and 13, in verse 12 and 13, when verse 12 and 13 happens, then they will receive the Spirit, which is when they become regenerated or born again. Because in Ezekiel 37, verse 12, in verse 12, it says, I will, verse 14, in verse 14, Ezekiel 37, verse 14, it says, I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I will place you in your own land. You know, this is really fascinating, seeing what's going on here. And this couples hand in hand with, you see this kind of sprinkled all throughout the book of Ezekiel. He's like, I'm going to give you a new heart. It's going to be a heart of flesh, not a heart of stone. You see, this is all being directed towards the Jewish people. And that is something that we need to be sensitive to. There are promises that are unique to Israel. And we need to allow ourselves to really let that sink in, because there's some things that the church pulls from, and we say it and we apply it and we say all these things when really it's not intended for us. It's intended for Israel. That's something that is Israel. That's an Israel thing. But here, this is an Israel thing. This is speaking of when they are going to be regenerated or reborn in a sense. But in verse 15, we move on. Ezekiel 37, verse 15, it says, Again, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, As for you, son of man, take a stick for yourself and write on it, for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write on it, for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing both houses, the northern kingdom, you're seeing the southern kingdom, Judah, where it says for Judah and the children of Israel. That's the southern kingdom. And then it says, take another stick and write on Ephraim. That's the northern kingdom. So you have the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. And that is, he's got two sticks. He's got two sticks, like the Little Drummer Boy, which was Angela's favorite song on The Office. If you know, you know. But in verse 17, it says, Then join them one to another for yourself into one stick, and they will become one in your hand. And when the children of your people speak to you, saying, Will you not show us what you mean by this? Say to them, Thus says the Lord God, Surely I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel, his companions, and I will join them with it, with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they will be one in my hand. So here in these verses, Ezekiel has two sticks, one for Judah, one for Ephraim. And then in verse 18 through 20, the two sticks are going to be combined together. And then you have one stick, which is united. If you know, you know. CPR to staying alive. Okay, he's dead. What do we do now? Sell the organs. But okay. So it's just it is such a hilarious show. I mean, it's just so Oh, I'm sorry. So 2 sticks represent Israel, right? But it's a divided nation. Divided nation. Love The Office, right, Shelva? Thank you. So good. I know, got some Office fans in here, which is super exciting. My people. But you guys got 2 sticks. Ezekiel has 2 sticks, right? And he has one that represents the northern kingdom, one that represents the southern kingdom. Combines them together, makes 1 stick. A united nation is basically what he's prophesying again. And remember, Israel was dead. They were scattered. They were spiritually defeated. They were spiritually wrecked. And God is like saying, I'm going to bring them back. Why? Because he said he made an everlasting covenant. This goes all the way back to these unconditional covenants that were spoken into existence in the Torah, which is really kind of cool to see how God is holding his end of the bargain. He's like, I'm not going to let you guys go away. He's like, I made a promise. He's like, this is a promise that I made and I need to fulfill it. And he's like, you see these dry bones? There is no life in them. He's like, I'm going to bring them back. He's like, you think I can do it? Watch. This had to have seemed completely hopeless from Ezekiel's standpoint. Moving on to Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 20. In Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 20, it says, and the sticks on which you write will be in your hand before their eyes. Then say to them, thus says the Lord God, surely I will take the children of Israel from among the nations, wherever they have gone, and will gather them from every side and bring them into their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. They shall no longer be 2 nations, nor shall they ever be divided into 2 kingdoms again. They shall not defile themselves anymore with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions, but I will deliver them from all their dwelling places in which they have sinned, and will cleanse them. Then they shall be my people, and I will be their God. So that's where we're going to read. That's what we're reading up to. But in verse 21 and verse 22, this is basically when this gathering occurs, they're going to be one nation with one king ruling over them. And then in verse 23, they are going to be cleansed from their sins, which was the major reason for their division with one another. And it's really interesting thinking about how they divided, because if you go all the way back and you kind of like try to like track like how everything kind of transpired, it's rather difficult to, keep everything organized in your brain. But this division between the 2 kingdoms was something that was a result, was because of sin. In verse 23, it says, they shall not defile themselves anymore with their idols, nor with their detestable things, with any of their transgressions. He's like, I'm going to cleanse them from all of that, Michael. And so it's so interesting to see the word God say, I'm going to, they shall not defile themselves anymore with their idols, nor with their detestable things. Now, their detestable things, I think it's so interesting because I wonder what that is. Like, what are the detestable things that is from God's point of view? They're detestable things, because I'm like, I wonder what God looks in my life and he's like, that's a detestable thing. It's really interesting trying to figure this out. But what I want you to recognize is this division between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was because of sin. Sin is running rampant through Israel, right? God told them what to do. They didn't do it. And then all of a sudden, divide. Do you recognize sin, the severity that sin actually does, how the effect that it has on you? And we're seeing it how it took place on Israel. Sin divided him, right? So how look at it from your relationship, your individual relationship between you and God. Because when you allow sin in there, it divides. It doesn't separate, but it divides. Like there's a division. Like it kind of takes you out of harmony with Jesus. And so when you are if you're a born again believer and you are living in sin right now and you recognize it, because there's people who know the sin that they're doing. They know it, and they're still going on, and they're like, okay, this is how it is, I guess. Those Christians, if they're genuinely born again, if they're born again believers, and they're choosing to allow sin in their lives, it's separating them. They're out of sync with harmony. They're no longer in harmony. It's just like one's over here, one's over here. They need to be walking together. And so it's out of harmony. It divides with you and your relationship. Imagine how it would be if you and I are best friends and you do something to offend me, and you know that I don't like the thing that you're doing, and you do it anyways, but you tell me that I'm your best friend. I mean, just a lot of that doesn't make any sense, because if you recognize that I am your actual best friend, you're going to go out of your way to avoid the thing that is going to offend me. And so that's when you look at yourself and your life and your world and the things that you allow in there, and you're like, well, I don't know if I should be doing this. And then the Holy Spirit's going to work on you. He's going to convict you, and he's going to try to get that stuff out of your life. But here you're seeing that the sin divides is what I'm trying to get you to see. And this is a picture between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. It was because sin. And so when you go back to, so David was king of Israel, right? Saul was king of Israel. He was the first king. And then after David, then you have David's son, which was a guy named Solomon. Wisest dude ever. Also made a lot of dumb mistakes for how wise he was. We can learn a lot from the wisest person ever. But what I think is fascinating is that Solomon had two people that basically took over his kingdom. It was a guy named Jeroboam, and then his son Rehoboam. Let's go. Okay. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Addie. Thank you so much. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 11. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 26. 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 26. 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 26, just so we can see it. 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 26, it says, then Solomon's servant, mind you, servant, this is servant, and we're talking about Jeroboam here. And in 1 Kings 11, verse 26, it says, then Solomon's servant, Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, an Ephraimite, and Zeredah, whose mother's name was Zeruiah. Okay, the rest goes on, and I'm just, those names are wildin'. But my point here in getting you to read that verse is to get you to see Jeroboam. Jeroboam was the servant, right? So Jeroboam was the servant of Solomon. He was like one of the commanders in Solomon's army. But Jeroboam basically took charge of the northern army, or of the northern kingdom. But then in 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 43, you see Solomon's son. In 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 43, it says, then Solomon rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, his father. And Rehoboam, his son, reigned in his place. So you have two players that are on the board, Jeroboam, who was a servant, and you have Rehoboam, who was the son of Solomon. Jeroboam was the servant to Solomon. Rehoboam was the son of Solomon. Jeroboam was in charge of the northern kingdom. Rehoboam was in charge of the southern kingdom. So the servant started doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff and getting lost super out there. And then Rehoboam stayed in the land and, didn't veer off as much as Jeroboam did, but it was still a whole hot mess of things going on both sides. But this sin is basically creating all kinds of division. But this disunity that was mixed inside of Israel goes way back. It goes so far back. Let's go to Genesis chapter 37 real quick. Genesis chapter 37, verse 1. Genesis chapter 37, verse 1. And it's kind of interesting when you look at it, because before Israel, was, just multiplying and whatnot, they were brothers. In Genesis chapter 37, verse 1, it says, now Jacob dwelt in the land where his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. This is the history of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought a bad report of them to his father. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age. and he made him a tunic of many colors. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him. Now Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. So he said to them, "Please hear this dream which I have dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. And behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And indeed, your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf." And his brother said to him, "Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said, "Look, I have dreamed another dream, and this time the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me." So he told it to his father and his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the earth before you?" And his brothers envied him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now, here, what we just read right there is something that is very closely connected to Revelation chapter 12. So that's probably somewhat familiar to you. But what I want you to be mindful of is that before these 12 brothers, the 12 tribes that are going to turn into 12 tribes, these 12 brothers here, Joseph and his 12 brothers, there was disunity already getting in there because they're brothers, right? I mean, think about it. If you have a brother, you probably wrestled with him, rolled around with him all the time. You probably hated him, punched him, hit on him, all this kind of stuff. That's just how brothers are. That was disunity was going on. But you see the disunity that's already in the foundation from the beginning. Now, I think that's interesting because when you allow that to continue on into the story that we're given here in the history of Israel, you see more disunity spiraling, bubbling up to the surface until it just completely explodes. Hey, thank you, thank you, Brandberg. Thank you so much, man. Now, it's really kind of interesting when you look at the history of Israel, because just to kind of give you like an aerial view of Israel from start to finish in a roundabout way. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? Those were the patriarchs of the faith. Those were the patriarchs. Those were where the covenants of God, that God confirmed each covenant to Abraham. He confirmed it to Isaac. He confirmed it to Jacob. But then Jacob had 12 sons, right? And those 12 sons basically did what they did to, or those 11 sons did what they did to Joseph. They sold Joseph into slavery. And then, you fast forward a little bit, and then all the other families, the 12 tribes or the 11 tribes, end up migrating to Egypt. They enter Egypt as a family, and then they leave Egypt as a nation. And so then the nation of Israel is born. And so it's interesting to see the spiral of events, the domino, this chain of events that actually transpired over time. But I want to take this time, in a sense, to kind of give you this picture. Hey, thank you, Candace. Thank you so much. I want you to show you this picture of a couple similarities between Joseph and Jesus. And there's some really cool ones. But what I want you to recognize is in Genesis chapter 37, verse 3. In Genesis chapter 37, verse 3, it says, "Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children." That's fascinating. Israel loved Joseph more. That's really interesting, right? If you guys have multiple children, and I'm like, well, which child do you love the most? And you're like, the youngest, because that's what you would naturally say, because the youngest always gets more love. And I am the youngest. I can say that. No, I'm totally kidding. But Joseph, he wasn't even the youngest. But it's really interesting to see the similarities between Joseph and Jesus, because here you see that he was the object of the father's love. The father, Israel, loved him more. And so in comparison, you see that in when you look at Jesus as well. What's also very interesting to note is how many times what we just read there in Genesis chapter 37, how many times you heard that Joseph's brothers hated him. Hated, and then envied. So let's go back and read Genesis 37, verse 4. In Genesis 37, verse 4, you see the word hated. Joseph's brothers hated. In verse 5, it says, "And he told it to his brothers, and they hated." him. In verse 8, it says that so they hated him even more. In verse 11, Genesis 37 verse 11, it says, and his brothers envied him. Now that's a similarities between Joseph and Jesus, because when you compare Jesus and on the other hand, what you have is Jesus, his brethren rejected him and hated him because he showed up. He came into his own and his own did not receive him, right? We understand that. It's very fascinating to see the similarities between Joseph and Jesus. But what is also very fascinating is that Joseph became a blessing among the Gentiles and he gained a bride. And so that's really interesting. If you continue reading in Genesis chapter 41, you'll see that the Pharaoh of Egypt eventually ended up giving Joseph a bride, which was a Gentile bride, mind you. Very interesting detail. And then Jesus is also going to gain a bride, which is also going to be, in a sense, it's a conglomerate, but it's not Israel. It's not a Jewish component. It is a mixture. And so that's very fascinating that Jesus is also going to gain a bride. And then also what's very interesting about both Joseph and Jesus is that at the end, both Joseph and Jesus are reconciled with their family. And I love that picture because Joseph was thrown into the pit. He was sold into slavery. He was taken off. The intent was there to end Joseph. They shipped him out. They thought he was going to die. They thought he did die. And so the intent was there to end him. And so the same thing was done with Jesus, just in a different kind of capacity. And so what I want you to pay attention to is the similarities between Joseph and Jesus. There is nothing that we are told. Now, I'm not saying Joseph was perfect or sinless, because he was not. The only person who was ever sinless was Jesus Christ. But Joseph seems to be a type in many different kind of ways of who Jesus is. And so I think that's really kind of cool, because Joseph did nothing wrong. And he just got everything, poured out onto him in a roundabout way. But it was a model of something that was going to take place in the future, which is really kind of cool to be sensitive to this kind of stuff. And it's really neat. But that goes all the way back to Genesis. But the whole reason why we are there in Genesis chapter 37 is to help you to see that the disunity within Israel didn't just begin here. It began when there was just 12 brothers. It began when there was just 12 brothers, because the 12 brothers were there and they hated Joseph. They're like, let's get this guy out of here. We hate him. We hate him. We hate him. We hate him. We envy him, because he was the object of the Father's love. And so that is just like a whole picture. You can just put all that in a bundle and put it in the New Testament and look at Jesus and see the comparison. It's really fascinating. But the disunity goes all the way back to when the brothers were there, and you see it fast forwarded all the way into when after Solomon died. So David was there, and then after David died, Solomon became king. Under Solomon, everything was doing really good. But then after Solomon died, Jeroboam took the northern kingdom, Rehoboam took the southern kingdom, and there was a division there. And the division there was because of sin. Because going back to Ezekiel now, in Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 23, it says, they shall not defile themselves anymore with their idols, with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. And he's like, I'm going to cleanse them from that. So those things, sin was just running rampant in their lives because they lost their way. All right, so that's Ezekiel chapter 37. But another thing to note is that Israel will become the center of Gentile attention during the millennial kingdom. Israel will become the center of Gentile attention. Let's go to Isaiah 14, verse 1 and 2. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1 and 2. This is really cool. Like where we're going right now is really kind of thought-provoking in many different ways. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1 and 2. So in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1, it says this. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1, it says, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will still choose Israel and settle them in their own land. The strangers will be joined with them, and they will cling to the house of Jacob. Then people will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess them for servants and maids in the land of the Lord. They will take them captive, who captives they were, and rule over their oppressors. So here in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1 and 2, you see a whole bunch of interesting things going on. In verse 1, it says, "For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob." This is Israel's regenerated. This is when they are regenerated. They are going to be reborn. There's going to be a remnant that is going to remain. And he's going to bring those Jewish people into the kingdom. And so the way that God goes about bringing the Jews back into the kingdom is by using Gentiles. And I want you to just think about that for a second. We're going to look up some passages that actually show that Gentiles are going to bring the Jewish people back into the land. But here is one of them. In Isaiah 14, verse 1, it says, "For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will still choose Israel and settle them in their own land." Here, it says, "The strangers will be joined with them," the Jews, "and they," the Gentiles or the strangers, "will cling to the house of Jacob. Then people," the strangers, "will take them and bring them into their place, and the house of Israel will possess them." So what you're seeing here in Isaiah 14, verse 1 and 2, you see the word strangers, at least in the New King James Version. So the strangers are Gentiles. It says the strangers will be joined with them, the Jews. So the Gentiles are going to be joined with the Jews, and the Gentiles are going to cling to the house of Jacob. So these Gentiles during this time period are going to cling to the house of Jacob. They're going to cling to the Jewish people. In verse 2, Isaiah 14, verse 2, it says, "Then people will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess them." So the Gentiles are going to cling to the Gentiles are going to cling to the Jews. The Gentiles are going to bring the Jewish people back into the land. And then when they're back into the land, the Jewish people are going to possess the Gentiles, and they're going to be over them. And they're going to be over them in the way that the Gentiles are going to be servants to the Jewish people, which is fascinating. But here in verse 2, it says, "Then people will take them and bring them to their place." This shows that Gentiles will help conduct the Jews back into their land, which is really interesting. Let's go to Isaiah 49, verse 22, and we'll look up another picture here. Isaiah 49, verse 22. Isaiah chapter 49, verse 22, kind of paints this picture in a little bit different way. In Isaiah 49, verse 22, we're going to read a couple verses here. In Isaiah 49, verse 22, hey, thank you, Franklin. Thank you so much. In Isaiah 49, verse 22, it says, "Thus says the Lord God, behold, I will lift my hand in an oath to the nations and set up my standard for the peoples. They shall bring your sons in their arms, and your daughters shall be carried on their shoulders. Kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. They shall bow down to you with their faces to the earth and lick up the dust of your feet. Then you will know that I am the Lord, for they shall not be ashamed who wait for me." So here, what you see in Isaiah 49, verse 22, it says, "Behold, I will lift my hand in an oath to the nations and set my standard for the peoples." Here in verse 22, it says this, they shall bring your sons in their arms. So there's two categories of people here. There is they, which is the Gentiles, and then there's the your sons, which is the Jews. So you have the Jews and the Gentiles in verse 22. It says they, the Gentiles, shall bring your sons, the Jews, in their arms, and your daughters, and the Jewish daughters, shall be carried on their shoulders, on the Gentile shoulders. So you have this whole picture of what's going on here, but it's a picture of what the Gentiles are going to be doing in order to help the Jewish people get back into the land. And so this scattering that took place, and that is still in effect to this day, there's a regathering that is kind of happening at the moment, but it's not going to be fulfilled. Hey, thank you so much. Anwana. I don't know if I said that right, Anwana, but thank you so much for that gift. But what you're seeing is that the Gentiles are going to be instrumental in bringing the Jewish people back into the land. And you see this picture here. In Isaiah 49, verse 23, it says, "Kings shall be your foster fathers." And these kings and queens are the Gentiles, and they'll be servants for the Jews. That's interesting to think about. Kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. If you're a nursing mother, that's somebody who is like helping out. That is a servant. So these kings and queens are going to be, in effect, servants to these Jewish people during the millennial kingdom. It says, they shall bow down to you with their faces, in verse 23, with their faces to the earth, and lick up the dust of your feet. So basically what this is saying is that Israel will never again be shamed by the Gentiles. Why? Because the times of the Gentiles has concluded at this point. The times of the Gentiles, there's a very specific amount of time for the times of the Gentiles. It began with Nebuchadnezzar. It's going to end with the Antichrist. So it's still, Israel is still being oppressed by Gentiles, but there's a time period that is in the future to where that Gentile oppression is going to be removed. And when that Gentile oppression is going to be removed, then they are going to be the ones that are the center of attention in many different ways, at least to the Gentile people. This also is kind of spoken of. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23. Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23. Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23, help. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23, it says, thus says the Lord of hosts, in those days, 10 men from every language of the nations shall grasp the sleeve of a Jewish man, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. It's fascinating. Fascinating. You see, it says in those days. That's what it says in Zechariah 8, verse 23. It says in those days. What days? This millennial period, this millennial kingdom. In those days, 10 men from every language of the nation shall grasp the sleeve of a Jewish man, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. So you're seeing two groups of people here. You're seeing Gentiles, let us go with you. That's Gentiles. Let us, Gentiles, go with you, Jews. Let us, Gentiles, go with you, Jews. This is going to take place during the millennial kingdom. The Gentiles during the millennial kingdom are going to say to the Jewish people, let us go with you, because we have heard that God is with you. Now, what's interesting about this thing right here is that now in our world today, the only time where this means something much different in our world today, where 10 men from every language of the nations, or the Gentiles, whenever that happens today, it's to get the Jewish people and to basically hurt them in some capacity. But that's how it is today. Sometime in the future, during the millennial kingdom, that is going to be reversed. And then all the Gentiles are going to want to just be around the Jewish people because of who they are and who they represent. And they want to learn about who they represent. They want to learn. And so these people are going to teach them and show them Jesus, which is really kind of cool. But all right, so let's so what I want you to understand, though, is that it seems that the Gentiles are going to have a big role to play in getting the Jewish people back into their land. The Jewish people have to get back into the land, and we're seeing that the Gentiles are going to take part into that. And Gentiles will help get the Jews back into their land. Okay. But the reason we talked about how Israel is the center of attention, is going to be the center of attention. The reason why Israel will become the center of Gentile attention is because of what is going to be there. And the thing that is going to be there is what you and I can refer to as the Shekinah glory, because the Shekinah glory will abide over Israel. And that is something that is cool to pay attention to. Whoops. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 60. Isaiah chapter 60. This is one of the reasons why Israel is going to be the center of attention during the millennial kingdom. In Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1 through 3, Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1. In Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1, it says, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and deep darkness the people. But the Lord will arise over you, and his glory will be seen upon you. The Gentiles shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising. That's cool. So you're seeing Israel is going to be the center of attention. And the reason is because of the Shekinah glory is going to attract the Gentiles to Israel. Everybody's going to be like, man, that is cool. What's going on over there? I want to go check it out. Who wants to go with me? Right? That's what all these people are going to say during that time. You and I are going to be reigning with him during this time period. And so we're going to have an amazing role, which is going to be super cool. But what you're seeing here is from the view of the Gentiles who are going to be attracted to it, kind of like a moth to the flame. They're going to see the light and they're just going to want to get closer and closer and closer to it. And they're going to be attracted to it. Let's go to Isaiah 61, verse 4. Isaiah chapter 61, verse 4 through 9. In Isaiah 61, verse 4 through 9. In Isaiah chapter 61, verse 4 through 9, it says this, and they shall rebuild the old ruins. They shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the desolations of many generations. Strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the foreigner shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But you shall be named the priests of the Lord. They shall call you the servants of our God. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory you shall boast. Instead of your shame, you shall have double honor, and instead of confusion, they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in the land they shall possess double. Everlasting joy shall be theirs. For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery for burnt offering. I will direct their work in truth and will make with them an everlasting covenant. So it goes on in verse 9. I didn't read verse 9. It says, their descendants shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All who see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the posterity whom the Lord has blessed. So here in Isaiah chapter 61, verse 4 through 9, you would see a couple things. In verse 4, it says, and they shall rebuild the old city. Where it says, and they shall rebuild the old city, this is the Jewish people, and the Jewish people shall rebuild the old city. And continuing in verse 5, in Isaiah 61, verse 5, it says, strangers shall stand and feed your flocks. Think about that for a second. This is, again, a difference. This is a distinction between the Jews and the Gentiles. So it says strangers. You could also just insert there Gentiles. Gentiles shall stand and feed the Jews, flocks. The Gentiles are going to be serving the Jewish people during this time period. Think about that. That's crazy. In verse 5, it says, strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the foreigner shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers, meaning the Jewish people have those people serving them. That is very, very thought-provoking. In verse 6, in Isaiah 61, verse 6, it says, but you, Jews, you Jewish people, you shall be named the priests of the Lord. Hey, thank you, Diana. Thank you so much. Good to see you. It says, but you, Jews, shall be named the priests of the Lord. The reason why they have this, why it says that they shall be named the priests of the Lord, because Jews will be able to minister to the Gentiles during this time period. So they're going to have their Gentiles working for them and helping them out and serving and working in their fields and all this kind of stuff. And the Jews are going to be ministering to them. And that's an interesting thing, but they're going to be called the priests of the Lord. In verse 6, it says, they shall call you the servants of our God. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles. So you see the Jewish people are going to eat the riches of the Gentiles. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. It says, you shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory you shall boast. And it goes on in verse 7, it says, instead of your shame, you shall have double honor. And instead of confusion, they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land, they shall possess double. Everlasting joy shall be theirs. So when we get in verse 7 is a result. Everything we just read in verse 7 is a result of the new covenant, which is going to be enacted in the millennial kingdom. The new covenant in Jeremiah chapter 31 is going to take place, or it's going to come in effect when the millennial kingdom begins, because that millennial kingdom, that new covenant that is going to take place during the millennial kingdom is going to bring in all of this blessing upon the Jewish people. It's not here yet, but it's going to be sometime in the future. In verse 8, it says, in Isaiah chapter 61, verse 8, it says, "For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery for burnt offering, and I will direct their work in truth and will make with them an everlasting covenant." There's that everlasting covenant, that Jeremiah 31. It says in verse 9, it says, "Their descendants shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All who see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the posterity whom the Lord has blessed." You know, it's interesting because right now there's this whole division in the Christian world that basically you have this replacement theology where people are just dogging on the Jewish people and saying they're not God's people, they're not God's people, they're not God's people. Well, here, sometime in the future, it says in verse 9, it says, "All who see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the posterity whom the Lord has blessed." You know, it's very interesting. You know, all of this, the question marks that the world has, at some time there, the light is going to be revealed, and everything is going to come to just realization. It's just going to be washing over people, like just left and right, and it's really kind of cool. But this is an interesting kind of view on how the Gentiles are going to be interacting with the Jewish people. Before, like a couple lives ago, we talked about how the people, the Jews around during the millennial kingdom, they're going to be over the Gentiles. The Gentiles are the bottom of the barrel. The humans that are, you know, still in their human bodies during that time period, they're going to be at the bottom. Not that, you know, like we're, you know, saying who's better or whatever. That's not the whole point. But during that 1,000 years, the Gentiles are going to be they're going to be serving the Jewish people. And so right now it's almost the opposite. Right now, Israel, in many different ways, is at the bottom of the barrel from opinions point of view. You know, they're it's amazing that they're still existing with how many people hate them in the world and how many people want to end them. That's something that is very supernatural, in my opinion. God is preserving them, and it's because of the promises that He made. Okay, so that is Isaiah 61, but let's go to Micah chapter 7, verse 14. Micah chapter 7, verse 14. Micah chapter 7, verse 14. In Micah chapter 7, verse 14 through 17, it goes on. And in Micah chapter 7, verse 14, it says, "Shepherd your people with your staff, the flock of your heritage, who dwell solitarily in a woodland, in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. As in the days when you came out of the land of Egypt, I will show them wonders. The nations shall see and be ashamed of all their might. They shall put their hand over their mouth. Their ears shall be deaf. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall crawl from their holes like snakes of the earth. They shall be afraid of the Lord our God and shall fear because of you." So here in verse 14, basically what is painted here is Israel is to be regathered, and this regathering is to be accompanied by miracles. Because in verse 15, Micah chapter 7, verse 15, it says, "As in the days when you came out of the land of Egypt, I will show them wonders." They're going to see miracles. And then in verse 16, verse 16 is basically saying that the Gentiles will see, and then they will basically submit to God during this time period. But we know not all of them will, because there's going to be a rebellion at the end of the millennial kingdom. But God promises this again in Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 20. Let's go to Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 20. Because in Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 20, He's promising to regather them again. In Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 20, it says this: "At that time, I will bring you back. Even at the time I gather you. For I will give you fame and praise among all the peoples of the earth when I return your captives before your eyes, says the Lord." So here in verse 20, it says, "At that time." This is millennial speaking. This is millennial language. He says, "At that time, during the millennial kingdom, I will bring you back. Even at that time, I gather you." So Israel, or the Jews, will be the center of attention among the peoples, or the Gentiles. Because in verse 20, Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 20, in the middle of verse 20, it says, "Among all the peoples." So Israel is going to be the center of attention among the peoples or among the Gentiles, is the idea that's being painted there. But um, there's some characteristics of the kingdom, this kingdom age that we're talking about. Right now we're talking about the millennial kingdom, and there's some characteristics of this kingdom age that are good to recognize. How is this kingdom going to, what is this kingdom going to look like? Like, what kind of characteristics are going to be around during this time period? Well, there's a couple of them that are going to be prominent ones. Righteousness is going to be one. Holiness, peace, security, joy, and gladness are all going to be a part of this millennial kingdom. That's how it's going to be operated, but all while ruling with a rod of iron. This rod of iron is something that is going to be somehow used through you and I, because we're going to be reigning, out of Zion. The law goes forth. It's going to come out of Zion. It's going to go to us. Then we're going to give it to everybody else. It's going to go down chain of command style. But it's interesting that peace and security are a part of the characteristics that are going to be around during the millennial kingdom. Now, your minds are probably kind of wired or programmed in a way to be sensitive to the phrase peace and safety, or peace and security, because that is something that is, talked about in Thessalonians, where it says when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, right? That's First Thessalonians. And so it's interesting when you think about that, when they say it, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It just means that right when a covenant is signed, right when they say, oh, covenant signed, peace and safety, we're great, guys, everything's good, the covenant has been confirmed, boom, then sudden destruction. Just because they say peace and safety doesn't mean that there is peace and safety. They're just going to say it. Just like saying how it's okay that we all have, like, hey, we all have free speech in here in America. Yeah, okay. It's really fascinating. Just because somebody says it doesn't mean that it's actually a reality. And so when they say peace and safety, doesn't mean that it's an actual reality during that time period, but it is basically going to enter in the time where there's going to be sudden destruction, which is what is talked about there in the book of Revelation. Anyways, characteristics of the kingdom are some amazing things to focus on: righteousness, holiness, peace, security, joy, and gladness. This is unbelievable. That is an unbelievable thing to just allow yourself to think about. That's how it's going to be. And it's completely different than what you see in our world today, because what you're seeing in the world today is a fallen world with, the prince of the power of the air. This is the God of this world, the God of this age is running things in a certain kind of capacity. And one day he is going to be locked up. And that is, it's going to be a whole different situation that's going to be around during this time. But let's kind of switch gears a little bit and let's focus on this millennial, something that's going to take place during the millennial kingdom, which is going to be rather kind of fun to try to dissect in a roundabout way. But let's talk about this mountain. There's going to be this millennial mountain, which is where Jesus's house is going to be on top of, in a sense. So this millennial mountain, and I think it's really kind of interesting to just allow yourself to think about that, because right now you look around the world and you see mountains and mountain ranges and all this kind of stuff. But during the millennial kingdom, there's going to be a mountain that is going to be unique, and it's only going to come up during that time period. But when the second coming happens, the earth is going to undergo some very serious changes. And one of these changes will result in the highest mountain of the world. At the top of this mountain will be the millennial temple and the millennial Jerusalem. So this mountain, let's look at some passages where we see this mountain. Let's go to Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 2. Isaiah chapter 2, and let's read verse 2 through 4. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2 through 4. And let's check out some of these, connections here with this mountain. We're going to look up a couple of verses on this mountain just so we can get an idea for it. But in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2 through 4, Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says this. Now, this is speaking of the millennial kingdom age. So everything we're going to be reading here is a picture of what's going to happen during the millennial kingdom, during that 1,000 years. So in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, now it shall come to pass in the latter days, during the millennial kingdom, the latter days. Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Many people shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. It's really fascinating to think about this, because what you see here in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, now it shall come to pass in the latter days. That is millennial language there. In the latter days, in verse 2, it says that the mountain of the Lord's house. The mountain of the Lord's house is the Lord's house here is regarding the millennial temple. The mountain of the Lord's house, the millennial temple, shall be established on the top of the mountains. So here's the mountain ranges, right? Here's the normal mountain ranges. And then the mountain is on top of the mountain ranges. And then on top of that is the house, the millennial temple. And it says, it shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. And that is fascinating. That is fascinating. And it goes on in verse 4. It says they're going to beat their swords into plowshares and whatnot. Basically, these people during this time period, there's going to be no war. So people have no use for weapons. And so they are not going to learn war. They're going to learn to farm. And they're going to be farmers, and they're going to be working the land, at least for the 1,000 years. But at the end, everything changes. And that brings in Gog and Magog. And we can talk about that later. But that is one passage where we see the mountain. Now let's go to Isaiah 27, verse 13. Isaiah chapter 27, verse 13. Isaiah chapter 27, verse 13. In Isaiah chapter 27, verse 13, it says this: so it shall be in that day, the great trumpet will be blown. They will come who are about to perish in the land of Assyria, and they who are outcasts in the land of Egypt, and shall worship the Lord in the holy mount at Jerusalem. That's interesting. They shall worship the Lord in the holy mount at Jerusalem. So the millennial mountain that will rise up after the second coming, this is going to be the center of Jewish worship. This mountain is going to arise after the second coming takes place. But it won't only be Jews who worship at this mountain. Let's go to Isaiah 56, verse 6. Isaiah chapter 56, verse 6. It's not only going to be Jews, it's going to be Gentiles as well. In Isaiah chapter 56, verse 6, Isaiah chapter 56, verse 6 through 8, it says this: also the sons of the foreigner who join themselves to the Lord to serve him and to love the name of the Lord, to be his servants, everyone who keeps from defiling the Sabbath and holds fast my covenant, even them I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all nations. The Lord God who gathers the outcasts of Israel says, yes, I will gather to him others besides those who are gathered to him. So there's a lot of things that are going on here in Isaiah chapter 56, verse 6 through 8. But it says in verse 6, it says, also the sons of the foreigner who joined themselves to the Lord. So basically, the Gentiles who join themselves to the house of the Lord are going to live and remain. But this leaves the opportunity, or this leaves the inverse, a very real possibility. It says also the sons of the sons of the foreigner who join themselves to the Lord. Well, what about those who do not join themselves to the Lord? Because there's going to be people during the millennial kingdom who do not join themselves to the house of the Lord. They're going to live in rebellion during the millennial kingdom. And because they live in rebellion during the millennial kingdom, they are not going to receive rain. And so there's going to be punishments. There's going to be punishments, discipline during the millennial kingdom. He's going to rule with a rod of iron. He's like, I told you what to do. You don't do it. It's going to be a action. For every action, there's going to be a reaction. In verse 7, Isaiah 56, verse 7, it says, even them, the non-Jews, the Gentiles, even the Gentiles, I will bring to my holy mountain and make them, the non-Jews or the Gentiles, and make them, the Gentiles, make them joyful in my house of prayer. It's interesting in verse 7, it goes on, it says, their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all nations. So his house, like this house, this millennial mountain and this millennial temple, it's really interesting diving into trying to put it all together and imagining it. But so far what you have is you have the normal mountains that exist on the earth, right? And then on top of all of those mountains, there's going to arise a huge mountain that is on top of those mountains. It's going to be the tallest mountain in the world. And then on top of that mountain, there's going to be the temple, and there's going to be the millennial Jerusalem. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But all of these nations are going to be allowed to go into it. But the ones who join themselves to the Lord are the ones who are only going to want to do that. The ones who reject and want to live in rebellion during that time period, there's going to be those people who exist too, which is really fascinating. Okay, so that's Isaiah chapter 56. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 66, verse 20. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 20. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 20. And Isaiah chapter 66, verse 20, here's something that kind of doubles down on what we were already talking about. But in Isaiah 66, verse 20, it says this, then they shall bring all your brethren for an offering to the Lord out of all nations, on horses and in chariots and in litters, on mules and on camels, to my holy mountain, Jerusalem, says the Lord, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of the Lord. So here in verse 20, Isaiah 66, verse 20, what you see is that Gentiles, it says, then they, Gentiles will bring Jews to the millennial mountain, which will arise sometime after the second coming. That's fascinating. It says, then they, the Gentiles, shall bring all your brethren for an offering to the Lord out of all the nations. And they're going to bring the Jewish people on horses, chariots, litters, and mules and camels, any way and every way, to get the Jewish people back to where they need to be. And they're going to bring them to my holy mountain, Jerusalem, says the Lord. Fascinating stuff there. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. Let's go to Micah chapter 4, verse 1 and 2. Let's look up another passage that talks about this mountain. Micah chapter 4. We looked this one up in the past, but we're going to do it again. Micah chapter 4, verse 1 and 2. In Micah chapter 4, verse 1, it says this, now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and peoples shall flow to it. Many nations shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion the law shall go forth, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. Now it's interesting because whenever you look at the mountain, many times when you're reading the in the Bible, a mountain can be it goes either way. It could be a literal mountain, or it could be talking symbolically. Mountains represent governments, kingdoms, right? But here, the way it's being used in context is very clear that the mountain is going to be on top. All the nations are going to flow to it, and they're going to be going to it. They're gonna want to go because the light, the Shekinah glory, is going to be there. Really neat seeing this kind of stuff. But the prophet, we're speaking about this millennial mountain. The prophet who received the most light regarding this millennial mountain was Ezekiel. Ezekiel first mentions this in Ezekiel chapter 17, verse 22, I think. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 17. And let's look at Ezekiel. We're going to be in Ezekiel for a little bit here. Ezekiel chapter 17, verse 22. Yes, Ezekiel chapter 17, verse 22. In Ezekiel chapter 17, verse 22, to the end of the chapter, in Ezekiel chapter 17, verse 22, it says this: "Thus says the Lord God, I will take also one of the highest branches of the high cedar and set it out. I will crop off from the topmost of its young twigs a tender one, and will plant it on a high and prominent mountain. On the mountain height of Israel, I will plant it, and it will bring forth boughs and bear fruit and be a majestic cedar. Under it will dwell birds of every sort. In the shadow of its branches they will dwell. And all the trees of the field shall know that I, the Lord, have brought down the high tree and exalted the low tree, dried up the green tree, and made the dry tree flourish. I, the Lord, have spoken and have done it." Now, this is so interesting, right? Really interesting seeing what's going on here in these verses, because this is all about Jesus here. This is all about Jesus. In Ezekiel 17, verse 22, Ezekiel 17, verse 22, it says, "Thus says the Lord God, I will take also one of the highest branches of the high cedar and set it out. I will crop off from the topmost of its young twigs a tender one and plant it on a high and prominent mountain." So there are three things in verse 22. There are three things. There is the cedar, there is a tender one, and there is a mountain. So you have a cedar, you have a tender one, and you have a mountain. There are three things that are focused on in verse 22. The cedar, or let's focus on the tender one. The tender one is a reference to the Messiah. The cedar is a symbol for the Jewish people, and the mountain is speaking of the future messianic kingdom. So in verse 22, you have the cedar, which is symbolic for Israel. You have the tender one, which is symbolic for Jesus. And you have the mountain, which is symbolic for the future kingdom. So when you read verse 22 again, it takes a whole new form when you have all of that in view. So in verse 22, with that in mind, it says, "Thus says the Lord God, I will take also one of the highest branches of the high cedar of Israel and set it out." He's like, I'm going to take something out of Israel and I'm going to set it out. "I will crop off from the topmost of its young twigs a tender one." That tender one is a picture of Jesus. That's the one he's setting out. "And will plant it on a high and prominent mountain." That mountain is the Messianic kingdom. So you have the three things there. You have Israel, you have Jesus, and you have the Messianic kingdom. Then you go to verse 23. It says, "On the mountain height of Israel, I will plant it." He's planting Jesus. That it is the branch, or the tender one. He's like, I'm going to plant it, the tender one, on that mountain. "And it will bring forth boughs and bear fruit and be a majestic cedar. Under it will dwell birds of every sort. In the shadow of its branches they will dwell." So in verse 23, where it says birds of every sort, this means that God will be a place of refuge and shelter for all, both Jews and Gentiles, during this time period, because that branch, that tender branch that was plucked out and planted on the mountain, is going to be providing refuge, in a sense, just like a tree would, for all the birds of the air. Now, it's very interesting because all the birds, it makes you think of Matthew chapter 13, because the birds in Matthew 13 are idioms of evil ones, like the evil agents that get into the church. But here it's not used in that kind of form. Now, moving on to verse 24, Ezekiel 17, verse 24, it says, "And all the trees of the field shall know that I, the Lord, have brought down the high tree and exalted the low tree, dried up the green tree, and made the dry tree flourish. I, the Lord, have spoken and done it." So here in verse 24 is basically Jesus. This is just showing that Jesus has rulership over all the nations, or the trees, over all the trees or the nations, whichever way you want to look at it. And this verse shows his ability to restore life to those who are spiritually dead. So it's really kind of cool to see what's going on there, specifically focusing in Ezekiel. But that's Ezekiel 17, verse 22 through 24. And in that passage, he describes this mountain as being the height of Israel. And he describes the mountain to contain lush greenery and vegetation, which is really kind of fascinating to see the details here. But we get more details about this Because if we go to Ezekiel chapter 20, let's go to Ezekiel 20, verse 40. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 40. In Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 40 and 41. In Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 40 and 41, it says, "For on my holy mountain, on the mountain height of Israel, says the Lord God, there all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, shall serve me. There I will accept them, and there I will require your offerings and the first fruits of your sacrifices, together with all your holy things. I will accept you as a sweet aroma when I bring you out from the peoples and gather you out of the countries where you have been scattered. And I will be hallowed in you before the Gentiles." So here in Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 40, this mountain will be the center of worship in the millennial kingdom, as we talked about before. And this takes place after the regeneration of Israel, when they're given a new heart, because we understand that this is going to take place after they are given a new heart. We looked up, let's go to Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 19, just so that can be fresh in our minds. This new heart. In Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 19, in Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 19, it says, "Then I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within them, and take the stony heart out of their flesh, and give them a heart of flesh." Israel being regenerated is going to happen. It says in Romans, it says, "And all Israel will be saved." Like, there is going to be all of Israel is going to be saved. But it's not the ones that we know that are in existence right now, not all of them, because only we know that 2/3 of Israel is actually going to perish, because of Zechariah chapter 13 tells us that 2/3 of the Jewish people sometime in the future are going to die. But there's going to be 1/3 that remains. And that 1/3 that remains, the remnant, is going to be regenerated. They're going to be born again, is what that means. They're going to be born again. They're going to be given a new heart. They're going to be given a new spirit. And when all of those things take place, then all of the blessings are going to pour down on top of them. And that is when all of these other things are going to have a domino effect into the future. And it's going to be amazing. Okay. So that is Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 40 and 41. Ezekiel gives us the details of what this mountain will be like in other passages too. Now let's go to Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1 through 4. Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1 through 4. Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1 through 4. In Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1 through 4, it says this: "In the 25th year of our captivity, at the beginning of the year, on the 10th day of the month, in the 14th year after the city was captured, on the very same day, the hand of the Lord was upon me, and he took me there. In the visions of God, he took me into the land of Israel and set me on a very high mountain. On it, toward the south, was something like the structure of a city. He took me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like the appearance of bronze. He had a line of flax and a measuring rod in his hand, and stood in the gateway. And the man said to me, 'Son of man, look with your eyes and hear with your ears, and fix your mind on everything I show you. For you were brought here so that I might show them to you. Declare to the house of Israel everything you see.'" So here in Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1, what you see in verse 1, it says, "In the 25th year of our captivity." What that basically is saying is that 25 years into the Babylonian captivity, which was a period of 70 years, a period of 70 years long. So 25 years into the 70 years of captivity that the Jewish people were in, Ezekiel was given a final vision of the future of Israel in the Messianic kingdom. And that's what you're seeing in verse 1. Ezekiel is in captivity. While he is in captivity, they've been in captivity for 25 years. They still have X amount of years left, a total of 70 years. And so when Ezekiel is giving a future vision of Israel. And so that's what he's seeing. In verse 2, in Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 2, it says, "In the visions of God, he took me into the land of Israel and set me on a very high mountain. And on it, toward the south, was something like the structure of a city. So this city here, Ezekiel is seeing something like the structure of a city. Okay, so here in this vision, Ezekiel's looking out and he's looking out into the future and he's looking out into the distance and he sees like a skyline of the city, which was to the south. This city that he is seeing is the millennial Jerusalem, because the Jerusalem that we know right now is not the Jerusalem that is going to be there during the millennial kingdom. And that millennial Jerusalem is going to be different than the new Jerusalem. There's going to be a Jerusalem during the millennial kingdom, but then there's going to be a new Jerusalem after the new heavens and new earth. It's all things new, right? But during this millennial kingdom, there's going to be this millennial Jerusalem. In verse 3, it says, "He took me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like the appearance of bronze. He had a line of flax and a measuring rod in his hand, and he stood in the gateway." So basically what Ezekiel is seeing here is, I want you to imagine a dude like that's working construction. This dude has like a line of flax and a measuring rod. This line of flax has the idea of like, the chalk lines that people use when they're doing concrete and stuff like that. They just like pull the line, they stretch it, they make it tight, and then they pull it and they let it slap down on the ground, and then it paints like a chalk line so that they know where to cut. Well, that's basically what you have, the idea that's going on here with this line of flax and a measuring rod. Like that's what he's doing. He's like, this is about construction. And then he's told in verse 4, he's like, "Declare to everything that you see, go ahead and tell everything that you see to Israel." But that is in Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 1 through 4. But now let's go to Ezekiel 45, verse 1 through 8. And let's unpack this a little bit further. Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 1 through 8. In Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 1 through 8, you get some really interesting dynamics here. And this is not easy stuff. Like, this is really challenging stuff. I don't want this to overwhelm you. I don't want this to be like, because there's going to be a lot of numbers here, and I'm going to try to simplify it as best as I can. But as per usual, test all things and hold fast to that which is good. But in Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 1, we are given a picture of, there's going to be different sections of land that are going to exist during this time period. But here in Ezekiel 45, we're going to be talking about the land that belongs to the Lord during this time period. In Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 1, it says this: "Moreover, when you divide the land by lot into inheritance, you shall set apart a district for the Lord, a holy section of the land. Its length shall be 25,000 cubits, and its width 10,000. It shall be holy throughout its territory all around. Of this there shall be a square plot for the sanctuary, 500 by 500 rods, with 50 cubits around it for an open space. So this is the district you shall measure, 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 wide. In it shall be the sanctuary, the most holy place. It shall be a holy section of the land belonging to the priests, the ministers of the sanctuary, who come near to minister to the Lord. It shall be a place for their houses and a holy place for the sanctuary. An area 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 wide shall belong to the Levites, the ministers of the temple. They shall have 20 chambers as a possession. You shall appoint the property of this cubit an area 5,000 cubits wide and 25,000 long, adjacent to the district of the holy section. It shall belong to the whole house of Israel." Verse 7, and this is where we're going to stop in verse 7. It says, "The prince shall have a section on one side and the other of the holy district in the city's property. And bordering on the holy district and the city's property, extending westward and on the west side and eastward on the east side, and the length shall be side by side with one of the tribal portions from the west border to the east border." Okay, so this is crazy, right? Like a whole bunch of words there. It's just like, what? Like, I don't understand this. What's going on? Well, verse 1 through 8, Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 1 through 8, you have a whole bunch of information that we are given, and it's all in direct correlation to what's going to be taking place during the millennial kingdom. So verse 1 through 8 reveals that this holy section in verse 45, verse 1, is, you see the phrase holy section. That's what it says in my Bible, the holy section. It reveals that this holy section will be for ritual use, and somewhere on this mountain will be the millennial temple and the millennial Jerusalem. On top of this mountain will be a 50-mile square plateau, which is basically it's going to be a square. It tells us very specifically it's going to be a square, and it's going to be 50-mile square plateau, which is what we see in verse 1 and 2. This plateau will be subdivided into 3 sections. It's going to have the northern section. I guess it would be more like this. It's going to have the northern section. It's going to have a center section, and it's going to have a southern section. The northern section in verse 2 and 4, or is described in verse 2 through 4, the northern section will be 20 miles by 50 miles, and it will have the temple in its center, which will be about 1 mile square. It's going to be a square. Wherever this millennial temple is going to be, it's going to take up, I want you guys to understand how big this millennial temple is going to be. It's going to be a mile long, roughly about a mile wide. A mile square, every mile square, mile. It's going to take up that entire thing, a mile long. Can you imagine? That's just the temple. And that is crazy, right? That is very, very fascinating. But that is the northern section is going to be 20 miles by 50 miles, and it's going to have the temple in the center, which will be about a mile long, or 1 by 1 mile. And the priests are going to live here too in the northern section. Then in verse 5, the central section will also be 20 miles by 50 miles wide, and it will be for the tribe of Levi. And then in verse 6 through 8, you have the southern section, which will contain the millennial Jerusalem. And this section will be 10 miles by 50 miles. And Jerusalem will measure 10 miles by 10 miles. And on all sides of the city will be fields for growing food, which is what we're going to unpack here next. But basically, the idea is you have a square, right? You have a square of this plot that is on top of the mountain. And he divides up the land. And over here in the northern side, or over here on the northern side, you're going to have this section of land that is specific for the temple, and it's going to be unique for this very specific purpose. And then in the center of that land, it's going to be for these people, and it's going to be for whatever's going on here. And then for the southern section of the land, it's going to be, it's very specific. It's very specific measurements and details that are given for what is going to take place in each part of the sections that is described here. And so it's really fascinating to imagine this, but this is going to be taking place on top of this mountain, which is really crazy to imagine because this mountain must be massive. But when you go to verse 7, Ezekiel 45, verse 7, it says, the prince shall have a section on one side and the other of the holy district. But you're introduced to the prince. This prince is the resurrected David, which is going to apportion land according to tribes. And so it's really fascinating trying to, parse all of these heavy topics, because this is not easy. This is very, very difficult stuff to really dive into. But let's go to Ezekiel 48 verse 8. Ezekiel 48 verse 8. And let's learn a little bit more about what's going to take place on the districts. So we learn about the square. We learn how it's all divided into like rectangles, and there's differences there. And I'm not trying to get super deep into this because it's rather difficult to really imagine. But we're told about how this is actually going to be taking place during the millennial kingdom, and I just want you to appreciate the very specific details that we are given here. This is all very specific. But in Ezekiel chapter 48, verse 8, we're going to read to verse 20. In Ezekiel 48, verse 8, it says, by the border of Judah from the east side to the west shall be the district which you shall set apart, 25,000 cubits in width, and in length the same as one of the other portions, from the east side to the west side, with the sanctuary in the center. The district that you shall set apart from the Lord shall be 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width. To these, the priests, the holy district shall belong. On the north, 25,000 cubits in length, and on the west, 10,000 in width. And on the east, 10,000 in width, and on the south, 25,000 in length. The sanctuary of the Lord shall be in the center. It shall be for the priests of the sons of Zadok, who are sanctified, who have kept my charge, who did not go astray when the children of Israel went astray, as the Levites went astray. And this district of the land that is set apart shall be to them a thing most holy by the border of the Levites. Opposite the border of the priests, the Levites shall have an area 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width. Its entire length shall be 25,000 and its width 10,000. And they shall not sell or exchange any of it, that they may not alienate this best part of the land, for it is holy to the Lord. The 5,000 cubits in the width that remain along the edge of the 25,000 shall be for general use by the city, for dwellings and common land, and the city shall be in the center. These shall be its measurements: the north side 4,500 cubits, and the south side 4,500, the east side 4,500, and the west side 4,500. The common land of the city shall be to the north 250 cubits, and to the south 250, to the east 250, and to the west 250. The rest of the length alongside of the district of the holy section shall be 10,000 cubits to the east and 10,000 to the west. It shall be adjacent to the district of the holy section, and its produce shall be food for the workers of the city. The workers of the city from all the tribes of Israel shall cultivate it. The entire district shall be 25,000 cubits by 25,000 cubits, 4 square. You shall set apart the holy district with the property of the city. This is diving deep into like this millennial age, right? And so basically what you're seeing is that a time period, again, that is basically giving us like this whole glimpse into the future of all of these land divisions that is going to be a reality sometime in the future, which is going to take place during the millennial kingdom. But in verse 11, let's look at Ezekiel 48, verse 11. It says, "It shall be for the priests of the sons of Zadok." Now, what's interesting about this is that the priests of Zadok are the ones who never strayed away from the Lord's command, right? Like, hey, thank you, Diane. Thank you so much. They never strayed. And so they, while they never strayed from the Lord's command, everybody else did. All the Levites wandered away from the Lord, but not the priests of the sons of Zadok. So they are going to receive a reward for that. And so they are the ones that are going to be in charge of this certain section of the land. They get a whole shout out just because of what they stood their ground, which I think is really kind of cool. Anyways, in verse 15, you see another picture of the millennial city, which is Jerusalem. And it's really interesting because it says in verse 19 that the workers of the city from all the tribes of Israel shall cultivate the land. They're going to cultivate the land. They're going to be working the land. They're going to be growing the land. They're going to be, the Gentiles are going to be working there too. But this land is going to just be popping out fruit and food like it's nobody's business. And it's really kind of cool because we're getting a very clear picture inside of this entire thing. But what is the thing I know this is really, really difficult to wrap your mind around. So I apologize for that because it's rather challenging, and I do recognize that. But here is the idea to kind of take away from the entire thing. Here's the idea. If you see that the millennial temple is 1 mile by 1 mile, if you see that the millennial temple, if you recognize that, because we looked that up already in Ezekiel, that the millennial temple is going to take up a 1 mile by 1 mile square. That is how big the temple is going to be during the millennial kingdom. It's going to be 1 mile, 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 1 mile. That is massive. That is a massive temple. And that is going because all the nations of the earth are going to flow to it, right? And so when you recognize that that is such a huge temple, that basically it's just very clear that there needs to be some serious geographical changes that are going to take place. In other words, those serious geographical changes is that of the millennial mountain coming into existence, because you can't really take a 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 mile and place that temple where the current Jerusalem is right now. You can't, it just doesn't work, right? So that millennial temple can't be placed where it is right now, or else it's just going to just stop. Like, it's just like, can you imagine And so that's why this mountain is going to emerge. And on top of that mountain, so the mountain goes up and then it flattens out. And on that mountain is going to be that temple that sits there. And not only the temple, but also the millennial Jerusalem that is going to be around there as well. And so it's really fascinating. And so I don't mean to get lost in the weeds, and I don't want to do that because that's challenging. And I know that, it's just really fascinating to just dive into this kind of stuff. So this is like this millennial mountain needs to come into existence because of the vastness of this description that is detailed in the book of Ezekiel and Micah and Isaiah. You have it all over the place, and so that's the idea. So that is just more information on this millennial kingdom, more information. You see the Gentiles being actively involved in getting the Jewish people back into their land. They're going to do whatever they can to get the Jewish people back into your land. And then after they get them back into the land, they're going to hold on to their garments and be like, hey, can we go with you? We have heard that you know God. And so not only have we heard that you know God, but can you tell us about God? And so they want to learn. And not only are they going to learn, but the Gentiles are going to serve the Jewish people, and they're going to be servants during that time period. This is an amazing thing. And I just hope you guys are understanding that, we looked up a lot of things. It's really challenging, very difficult, very deep, very far out there. That's not, a lot of people, it's really hard to get a concept, a grasp for this kind of stuff in like an hour-long message once a week if you go to church somewhere. And so it's not something that's widely talked about. And so it's kind of boring. I can just feel eyes glazing over in many kind of ways. And so I don't want it to be that way for you. I think it's kind of exciting. I think it's kind of cool to see this kind of stuff, although it is rather challenging when you start reading cubits and 25,000 in cubits. And it's just like, can you just show me a picture? Can you color me something? And so, it's just kind of cool. So anyways, that is what I got for you guys. That is, that's the study. So, we are still, we're inching our way forward, but, the millennial kingdom I thought was a pretty cool thing to kind of dive into. And I think it's going to, pay dividends when we actually get to the beginning of the book, which is Genesis. And so, we're doing a lot of groundwork right now, but all of that groundwork is going to be, helping out when we progress through this. I honestly think this is so comprehensive. I love it. Very cool, Nina. I love that's awesome. I am thankful for that. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Daniel, stop watch right on the dot. Oh, snap. Yes. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Bridget, for those subscriptions paid for. That is super kind, Bridget. And I know Yogi and Holly and Julie, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your support. I really do. I'm very, very encouraged by this. And Amber, thank you for pinning this. Guys, yeah, I released a website. If you're interested in shirts like this, or if you would like to support me, you can do that by going, there's a link actually in my TikTok profile where I just released a website. It's called Threads That Preach. threadsthatpreach.com. And if you want to go over there, we got a couple of things released right now. There's more coming, more photos. It's my first time ever working on a website. It took me forever. I was really I was probably being too critical in some aspects, but that's okay. I think it looks pretty good right now. And, I still got a lot of work to do, but that is there. Also, if you wanted to follow me on YouTube, I would appreciate it because, they're thinking about getting rid of TikTok. So if you haven't followed me on TikTok, if you haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage that you to do that as well, just in case they ban TikTok from America, which would be a super bummer because this is where we all connect and it's super easy to connect. And anyways, but yeah, that is what I would like to encourage you to do. But as per usual, the main thing is always going to be the main thing. The main thing is, this is all secondary. All the things we're talking about are secondary. These things are the secondary, but the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you know for sure you can get to heaven? There is only one way. And you need to first recognize that you are a sinner. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. The second thing is to recognize that not only are you under a sinner, but you're under the death penalty. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And that's amazing. It is the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus. Just marinate in that for a little bit. How amazing. We need to recognize that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, and that he was buried and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. How amazing. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so it's kind of cool to just have like, what? How simple. And so there's so many people here on TikTok that are trying to take away from the simplicity that is in Christ. And John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so I would like to, all of these things, and I would like to just encourage you, because the world's getting dark. Things seem to be speeding up, and it's getting crazy out there. And man, I mean, it's just so challenging keeping up with the world, and it can become overwhelming at times. And so when it becomes overwhelming, I would like to hopefully maybe you can remember this this conversation we're having right now. But when the world starts to get too overwhelming, remember who your eyes are supposed to be upon. When did Peter fall into the water? When did Peter was walking on the water, but when did he fall? He fell when he started paying attention to what was going on around him. And so I want to just encourage you to keep your eyes focused where it needs to be, laser focused. Keep your eyes on Jesus. And if you keep your eyes on Jesus, then everything else is just going to fall away. The things of this world will grow strangely dim. And that's an amazing thing, because if you're just hyper focused on the Lord, then you're going to do well, and you're going to do what you should be doing, and you're going to be a great steward, a great ambassador. You're going to be working, you're going to be planting, watering in that field, and God's going to get that increase, which is super cool. So hopefully that can encourage you in this crazy time. But that is what I got for you guys. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I dropped the pen, and that's how you know. All right. Yeah, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, we just happen to be going through the book of Revelation, and all of these are up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, John, James, Acts, Romans, all of the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and now we're going through Revelation again. So if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out, because the Bible is tough. It's difficult. It's not something that you can just pick up and read and understand. You can read it, but you might not understand it. And so that's why finding a verse-by-verse Bible study is very helpful in many different ways. I'm sure I've said many things that are wrong, which is why you need to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. What is up, Cole? That sweatshirt looks nice. Thanks, buddy. I like it too. I think it looks sharp. I think it looks awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Cole. Next live. Yeah, we'll be doing this next one, Katie. This next one will be, I have no idea when it will be, but it's going to be during the nighttime. So it'll probably start around 9 p.m. sometime, but it's going to be sometime this week. So maybe, yeah, I don't know, but I will do my best to give you a little heads up on TikTok whenever that time does come. I try to try to give you guys like a couple, like 8 hours notice. Thanks for the study, Ryan. And again, Ryan, and remember after Revelation, Genesis next. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Genesis, maybe Joel. We'll see. Great study day, Ryan. Congratulations on the new website. Have an awesome day. Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much. Yeah, Katie, absolutely. Yeah, hopefully you guys liked it. Yeah, and honestly, give me some feedback on that website. I'm not even kidding. Like, if it's good things, bad things, whatever it is, let me lay it on me. Because I'm like, after this, I'm gonna like work on it, because like there's already some things I'm like, I think about it, trying to do it right. Hey, yeah, Daniel, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. Have you done Mark yet? That's a less talked about book. No, we have not done Mark yet. What's up, K Ren? Have not done Mark yet. We did Matthew. We did a pretty good job on Matthew. So I kind of look at doing Matthew as kind of covering the Gospels, because we did Matthew and we did John. So we have not done Mark or Luke. And I know that's the wrong way of thinking, but I figured we could at least put a pin in Mark and Luke, just because of how fresh the book of Matthew is. Love the end time stuff. So good, right? Kimmers, it's so good, man. That's good stuff. Matthew is so good. I loved doing the book of Matthew. You stay up late online, right? Yeah. 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 Have a good day. You too, Connie. Thanks for being here. Check the making of The Line, the mega project being built as we speak. Is that over in where is that? Is that in Dubai? But yeah, no, Matthew is the best. I really enjoy that. Would love to learn more about what heaven will be like. Yeah, well, we're gonna, we're still in Matthew or Revelation chapter 20. So in Revelation chapter 20, thank you, Bridget. Thank you for that gift. In Revelation chapter 20, we're still there. So we have a lot of uh, uh, room to cover, and I think it's still like it seems like we only have 2 chapters left in the book of Revelation, but that doesn't mean it's going to be 2 sessions. It's going to be a lot. We got a lot to talk about, and so it's going to be fun, and hopefully it'll be edifying to you, and hopefully it'll be helpful in some kind of capacity. And again, always test all things, because I'm just giving you my way of thinking. It's not always right. Can you say yes, Brando? There are animals in heaven. Yay! Yeah, I know, right? What's up, Mark? Good to see you, brother. How you doing? How are you doing? All right. Yeah. So that website, though, as per you, or not as per usual, but like I said, I'm gonna be working on that website. It's threadsthatpreach.com. If you wanted to go check that out, I am gonna be updating that in the future. I'm gonna be adding more things to it, like stickers, probably some totes, so totes for goats. I think it's kind of cool. I mean, who knows? And this is only if it seems like, who knows? We'll see. Been praying about it, and if you guys can pray about that for me, I would appreciate that as well. Hey there, I'm sick. I'm sorry about that, Mark. What do you got? Do you got the Rona? Easier to understand and make sense of the Bible. Yeah, I think Daniel forgot about me. What? Threads.com, absolutely. Because Brandon says my animals won't be in heaven. He says your specific. Yeah, I mean, people pull from certain things like animal characteristics in the Bible. Obviously, Jesus returns on a white horse, that type of stuff. And so, I think that there will be. As far as your specific animal, I don't know. It's something that I can't really be definitive on. But as far as animals, yeah, like during the millennial kingdom, we know that there's going to be animals. It talks about that in Isaiah 65. The child will play on the nest of vipers, in a sense. The lion or the wolves laying down with the lamb. You have that whole concept there. Whole very, very animal type of environment. And it's going to be a time period where the curse is lifted off of the earth, which is really cool. Yeah, absolutely, Julie. You can lie to me. Can you make socks with the words on the side? Socks. I'll take the wolves, but leave the snakes. The snakes will not bite. No, they will not. What's up, trucker? How you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, Patricia, absolutely. All right. Well, that's what I got for you guys. I'm going to get on out of here. I think that was a fun one. Hopefully that was helpful to you. I know it's not your typical, fire and brimstone type of shiny stuff that everybody loves hearing about, but I think it was a good one to dive into just for understanding purposes. It's rather deep, it's rather challenging, and it's really, really kind of cool. Do you think we'll be vegetarians? Ooh, that's an interesting thing. During the millennial kingdom, there's still going to be sacrifice. There's going to be a sacrificial system still in place. It's not sacrificing for the remedy of sins, but it's sacrificing basically in remembrance, and basically to teaching the nations in a roundabout way, which is really going to be kind of a shock to the system, I think, for the Gentiles or those born in the millennial kingdom. Because imagine that, right? Because right now, like, it's used to you and I driving down the road and seeing like a raccoon on the side of the road. Like, we see that all the time, right? Like, it's just dead. It's been there for a couple days now. It stanks. But during the millennial kingdom, it's not going to be that way. during the millennial kingdom, death is not something that people are going to be accustomed to. And so when the sacrifices are going to still be enacted during that time period, it's gonna be a big shock and awe moment for a lot of people. And it's going to remind people of the seriousness of sin and what it actually costs. Now, what's interesting is that during that time period, people are still going to rebel, and that is going to obviously naturally roll into the whole Ezekiel 38 situation, which is the Gog and Magog invasion against a city of unwalled villages, against the people living in unwalled villages. And so that is millennial kind of language there, in my opinion. So it's really kind of cool trying to figure it all out. Very, very tough, very dynamic. As far as vegetarians, I think we are going to still be eating. I mean, every time you see Jesus showing up after his death, after he rose from the dead, every time you see him, he's always eating. He was on the shoreline, and what did he eat on the shoreline with Peter? After what did they have? Fish and bread, right? So it's really interesting. Can you imagine a meal made by Jesus? It's gonna be so good. Love your delivery. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Will we be breaditarians? I don't think so. I don't know. I think it's still gonna be. I think we're gonna. I don't know. I think we're gonna have options. Okay. Yeah, you too, Tess. Thanks for being here. Dragon loose, the wings became a large snake. I love bread. I'm a pescatarian. Huh? Oh, fish and bread. Real food. Tacos, man, I hope they have tacos. I love bread. Who is that? Oprah Winfrey. I love bread. Just like sourdough, am I right? I hope there's still tacos too. Man, chips and salsa. Oh, I love Chipotle. Chipotle is my life. I hope there's still tacos too. All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Thank you so much for being here. Like I said before, if you haven't followed me on YouTube, go ahead and do that just in case they get rid of me, all of us on TikTok. Can you imagine all of us just disappearing from TikTok? Be like, oh no, Taco Tuesday. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. Keep praying for what's going on over in Israel. We still got a lot of people here that need prayer. Just a couple people that come to the forefront of the mind. Mark, he's sick. He just said he was sick. Pastor Sam, he always needs prayer. He, just pray for him in general with his health conditions and breathing situation. Just lift him up if you would. He's been a huge encouragement to many. He's an encouragement to me as well. You got other people in here that have some serious medical issues. Lift them up. Like this time, we're here for such a short time. It's very temporary, and it's easy to get down on yourself. So I would encourage you to not get down on yourself, because when you get down on yourself, then you stop becoming a light. And it's not about you, and it's not about your happiness, which is a tough pill to swallow. And that's something that I'm, focusing on myself as well. It's not about me. It is not about my happiness. It is not about you, and it's not about your happiness. I mean, what do you think Paul was every time he was thrown in prison? You think he was like, yay. I mean, to some level, they walk away rejoicing because they were counted worthy to suffer shame for his sake, which there is that aspect to it. But I'm saying like an overall general sense of happiness. Like, it's just like, it's not about me being happy. The world tells you to, do what makes you happy. It's like, no. You do what makes him happy. And so that kind of goes is a very stark difference from what makes you happy. And so that's something that we need to actually allow to resonate in our minds a little bit. All right, guys. Well, hopefully that helps. And keep praying. That's something you can do. And I don't want you also to minimize prayer. Sometimes we often say, all I can do is pray. I want you to recognize that you praying is massive. Keep praying. Be insanely persistent. Lift people up as much as you possibly can. Keep on doing it. Don't stop. Don't let him sleep at night. Keep him up at night with your prayers. And so that's what we need to be doing. And we need to be in alignment with his agenda. It's not about me. It's not about what I want. It's like, your will be done. What can I do, Lord? Your will. And so I'm just thankful to be a part of it in some kind of capacity. Like, how cool is that? What an absolute privilege is that? What an absolute privilege to be a part of it. So it's good to be on the same team as some of you guys in here. I know not everybody in here is born again. So if you are one of those people, I would encourage you to not waste any time. If you have any questions, reach out to me. All right, guys, have a good one. I will talk to you later. And thanks for being here. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Hello. I don't like fish. You don't like fish? I'm not a big fish fan either, Julie. Not a big fish fan. So I can relate to you on that. We go to this Chinese restaurant. Let me tell you. I don't know if you guys have ever had General So. Is this live? Yeah, it's live. Hello, Matt. Is this live? I go to this. We go to this place, and I always get General So's chicken, and it's so good. Oh, and I'm like really hungry right now. So this is like, just talking about it's not doing I'm not doing myself any favors by talking about it, but it's kind of, I just love it. So every time we go out to these sushi places and where people get seafood, I'm just like, you got a burger? You got some fries? What you got back there? So very relatable, Julie. Me and you can go and order from the kids menu, maybe. I don't know. Man. Hi guys. How you doing? Thanks for being here. Did you guys like that? Hopefully, I know you guys gave me some feedback on the site. I got a question. How long does it take for your head to stop hurting after you hit against something? I asked people, but nobody would answer me. Long time. Step 1, stop banging your head against the wall. That's the first step. Yeah, if you guys have like platforms or anything like that, or Facebook groups or anything like that, if you guys wouldn't mind sharing the Threads That Preach website on there, just like copy and paste the link, throw it in there and forget about it. I would appreciate it, because that would be helpful. That'd be super helpful. See you next time. Love you all. See you, Julie. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations again. Hopefully it's not too difficult to continuing on with the whole smoking thing, but that's a pretty cool thing. So good job really doing that, and really your reason for doing it, rather. It's something that you recognize that you felt like you needed to work on, and so good job full sending it, if you will. How'd you know it was a wall? I don't know. It's the closest thing to me. It could be your desk. I don't know. Do you have a desk nearby? But yeah, good stuff. Hopefully you guys, if you guys have any feedback about the website, let me know. And that will be something that I can definitely work on. So hello. Yogi, are you slaying people in Among Us? Are you still just going around wiping the floor with bodies? I think that's awesome. That game I play. It's been like a year or so probably since I played it, but made me get all anxious because I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna have to lie. Yes, she is. Yeah, Jake. Okay, that's good because I actually forgot about it. So thank you. It's funny. One time, just instant, just like ooh. So that's too funny. I'm probably gonna forget. I'm calling it now. That's okay. It'll remind me. It will remind me. Yeah. Thank you guys for the gifts. What's up, Amber? Thank you guys for the gifts, and thank you guys for the subscriptions to other people. I think that's super kind. So thank you for that. And thank you for sharing all this stuff. Thank you guys for all the things that you guys do. It's a very big encouragement. So I am encouraged by you guys. What color blue is wifey wearing in pic? I like that color, but I don't know what color it is. It is heather navy. It's the one. I know you can't really see it in this lighting. The lighting's kind of weird. It's better in that picture, but it is heather navy. Heather navy, which is a good one. Yeah, and there's like free shipping on if it's over $50 is the way that it's set up right now. So I put some banners on there, which is kind of something that I was like working on. I was like, how do I get this to like be announced like at like when people check out? And shipping is ridiculous nowadays, but everything is ridiculous nowadays, so there's no surprise there. But yeah, but yeah, no, she definitely makes it look good. I got some other colors coming in. We're gonna upload more photos just so people can see it. I'll try to get more descriptive on the colors and stuff like that, because I know that little thumbnail is a little hard to see. So maybe I'll make 2 thumbnails so people can see the colors a little bit more clearly. Actually, that might be a good idea. I'll probably do that. Instead of putting them all on one, I'll probably split it up on 2 so that the pictures are larger. Yeah, that might help. Figuring it out. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's basically my life. From start to end, that's how I do things. Literally. I mean, if I went back, okay, so I guess I can tell you a little bit about how that was. What I mean by that, literally going by the how do they say it, by wherever the seam of my pants or something like that, I don't know. But yeah, no, like I got out of high school. I was like, I don't like school, so I went to Word of Life for a year. um Basically didn't take it very serious at all, which I regret big time, because now I want to go back and learn in a very serious kind of way. But I lost out on that opportunity. But I was 17 years or 18 years old at the time, and so I did that for a year. Then after that, then I joined the military. I did that, just was like, yeah, sure, I'm going to join the military. I didn't even really look into um any branches. I was just like, yeah, let's do this one. I had no research, nothing, just yeah, sure, just spin the wheel and whatever one it lands on, I'll do that one. That's what I did. Then got out, and then I did that for 5 years. I was, part of some pretty cool things, which I am pretty, it was really cool how it worked out there. Then after that, got out. everything everything from there on out was just random, like, yeah, sure, why not, yeah. Okay, over here, okay, yeah, this, okay, okay, over here. And so this just seems to be another one of those things where it's just like, okay, yeah, sure. So it's just kind of funny. All the way through, the Lord is like opening and shutting doors, opening and shutting doors, opening and shutting doors, because there was a time period where I really wanted something, but a door was slammed right in my face, which opened up the door to this kind of Bible study, which was kind of cool, but I didn't see it at the time. And I was really, I was super upset for like 4 days, which is crazy, because I was so just upset about how the whole thing worked out. But now hindsight, I'm like, oh, well, because that door closed, this door opened, and then I walked through this door because it was open, and now here I am. And I'm like, that's super neat. And so it's not about me getting what I want. It's about doing, things for the Lord. So it's kind of cool to see, looking back, hindsight, and seeing my life and how it's just wavy, just like everybody else's life is. It's kind of cool to see how it's working out so far. Very, very cool. I can't picture you marching. Didn't do much of that. That is not something. I did it for a little bit, but it wasn't much of that where I was. Is it on TikTok right now? Is what on TikTok right now? Yes, Yogi still stacking bodies. Not many are willing to admit it, but we're all struggling to keep it together. Yeah, thank God we have Jesus for that. Yeah, absolutely, Jay Khan. No kidding. Yeah, well, anybody who's say I got it all together, liar. No, I'm totally kidding. But it's funny how we measure success. Like we look at other people and we think that person's like a billionaire or a millionaire, and we're like, oh, they're successful. Well, that's from the human side of things, but how does God view things? How does God see it? Because success is not about how much money you have; it's about what you're doing with what you've been given from God's point of view. Yes, God doing his thing, making his word spread the right way. Yeah, Amber. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. My kids are about to walk through the door, so I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much for being here, and I will keep you guys posted on the nighttime. We'll do this nighttime live sometime here in the next day or 2 or 3, and it's a cool thing. So I will see you in a little. What does your shirt say on the back? It says Psalm 23, verse 3, and the verse is right here along the collar, Psalm 23, 3. And there's pictures of that on the website, Julie. And yeah, there's the pictures there on the website you can see with all this exact one. It says Psalm 23, 3 on the back. And yeah, it's a good one. But you can choose whatever saying you want because there's the tab that says what size, what color, and what saying. And so just, yeah. Can you make a shirt with a beatitude verse? Like just saying blessed on front in Matthew 5. Oh, I see. Who knows? I mean, there's definitely going to be some more coming down the pipe in the future, I think, depending on how this whole launch thing goes. And we'll see how it works out. So who knows? But I'm going to get out of here, and message me if you have any questions about anything, and I will try to help you out as much as I possibly can, as per usual. King Solomon gave the greatest advice on all the world. Vanity is all vanity. It is. It is. The most wise person ever says that it's all vanity. Oof. All right. You too, Lori. Thanks for being here. I hope you guys have an amazing day as well. I will see you when I see you. See you guys.